We should be live. All right, we are officially live. Welcome to the live stream. This is going to be a very long stream. This is a Thanksgiving stream. There's a lot we got to get through in terms of cooking wise. We are making the Ukrainian beef salad first. And following up with that is making a traditional Ukrainian beef stew called zakori. And then we're making Ukrainian vegan borscht. This is from my mom because she's vegetarian. And so she doesn't like meat. She eats fish. She's actually a pescatarian, so. But that's what we're going to be doing today. So let's get on to this straight to the video. You guys have seen all of this except for the vegan borscht. And yeah, hi Electro. Hello Amy. Hello Aola. Whoever else is on, let me see if you are still on. You guys have been chatting for a while. Anyone else on? Yeah. Cool. And yeah, let's get to it. So I have like my cheat sheet right here. I have another monitor that I can just watch to make sure I'm doing this all right. So we're going to start off by cutting the lemon. So I need to find the lemon. And it's a lot of stuff. So that's why I have the video out, just so I don't mess up. And it's a touchscreen too, So first, let's go ahead and start by cutting the lemon. I'm going to do 2 lemons, I think, for this one, and actually a little bit bigger dressing than normal because I am cooking for about 4 people. Me, my mom, a person that lives with us, and a friend of ours that also lives with us. So she has a very open commune at this house, so which is nice. I'm going to go ahead and get the bowl for the dressing, and we're going to go ahead and squeeze the lemon juice in here. Right now we're making the lemon vinaigrette dressing, so it's a simple dressing, nothing too complicated. I did make sure that I zoomed in the camera enough so you guys could actually see each of the lemon dies, because I love sour. I absolutely love sour. It's one of my favorites. And so we won't be needing to have the lemon for anything else. Yeah, sour stuff doesn't bother me. The only sour thing I had, if you guys remember, there's this, you know, those Gatorade packs that Ashley. Did I? Oh no, I never ate my food. Oh well, I'll have it later on tonight after this stream because I completely forgot about it. I've been busy setting up my stream and getting everything set. So, you know those Gatorade packs that if you just eat like straight up without any like liquid or anything, they are super sour. So that's the first thing that actually packed a punch. Sour Patch never did. The Sour Warheads, they packed a punch, but they didn't necessarily make me like pucker up like they did with the Gatorade stuff. Don't do the Gatorade stuff. So I have real homemade honey. This is from a farm. And we're going to add honey to this. Alright. Now, I did already put these videos out. And the Gatorade packs, if you eat them raw by themselves, they're very sour actually. Alright. We're just going to mix this up. And I have actual nice vinegar here. Alright. So I have a balsamic vinegar up here that I'm going to add to this. Yeah, add quite a bit actually. That's a lot. So this is not going to be that sour, but it will have a little bit of the sweet flavor. And so that will have a nice mixture to it. And then add some oil. And my video says olive oil, but I'm using the sunflower oil because it's just yummier. And that is the lemonade, the lemon vinaigrette. So I usually would measure this, but I didn't do that for this. So, and yeah. The next thing we want to do, I believe, is to get the parsley part done. So we're going to go ahead and get some parsley. Now, this isn't the right parsley to use. There's a different one, but all they had in the store is Italian. I'm saying parsley in general, and I do realize there's different types of parsley. Hey, Robin Hood, welcome to the stream. Did I say hi to you, Aola? I think I did. I think I said hi earlier on. But we are going to go ahead and just basically take out the stems and put parsley in here. Because the big part of this salad is actually parsley. So I actually need to have the oven and the stovetop on for this. No heat, because we are going to be needing to put the cabbages in and the potatoes in for this later. So yeah, this is the big part of the salad, is parsley. And we're going to let this soak while everything else gets cooked and is cooking. So it'll be nice and flavorful. And I got a large bunch of parsley, like it's massive. So I usually would chop this up, but like you can always chop it up later. But we're gonna be doing some other chopping, like apricots in here, and we're gonna add walnuts later on to this. What do you think of your Discord's voice impression channels? That's a good idea. Just a reminder, not everyone wants their voices heard, so respect that, and those that want to share their voices, they can. So by letting this soak, it gives it more flavor. And yeah. How's everyone's day going? Aola? Rip, scary. What's so scary about it? They only had organic also, so I think this is like organic parsley. But like, again, I'm cooking for a lot of people here, so I kind of want to add a lot. So this is pretty much all I'm doing for Thanksgiving. We're having a home Thanksgiving, nothing really special. And it'll be the four of us, me and my mom, a friend we've known for years that lives with us, and she's been living with us for years because of home conditions and just certain things have been easier for her being here. She's basically like my second sister, basically. So now I'm hoping that I've added enough dressing to soak this up. And the point of this also, keep a reminder, is you want this runny, you want to still have a little bit of dressing underneath the bowl because you are going to be adding other stuff to the top of it and let that stuff soak inside the dressing also. So be modest in terms of how much dressing. If you think it's too much, what you can end up doing is using a sifter and actually getting rid of some of the dressing. But like I said, because this is going to be for a large gathering, I'm modifying how much I did in my original video recording and using a bit more than normal. So and we are going to be using one whole beet this time instead of, you know, part of a beet. I got like a lot of beets this time because all the recipes require the beets. The top of the chat was simply over Mordecai. What? Oh. Happy birthday! Oh, a month from tomorrow. Happy a month early birthday. Nice. Nice, Electro. Nice. Yours is next year. I mean, yeah. It's after December, so it'd be next year. That makes sense. Oh, wow. You are lucky. December 23rd, and then Christmas comes up. Nice. Wow. Alright, that's a good amount. I'm not going to get all of it exactly, but it's going to be a good amount. Alright, I'll just throw this away. I actually want to clean up as I go with this, because again, there's a lot of stuff going to be happening in this live stream. Alright. We are going to go ahead and let this soak. Put this in the refrigerator to keep it nice and green and cold while we do all this. Cookie. So next we are going to go ahead and we don't need this. We don't need this. Oops. Shit. I was going to clean up after myself. So as we go along with this, the next thing we want to do is to go ahead and cut some apricots up because the oven is still heating up. Oh, it lost track. Oh no! There you go. Track me? Yeah? No? 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 Don't track me? All right. We actually don't need the honey anymore. We will need the honey actually later for the borscht part. And I think we need the honey for the... Your mom's birthday is tomorrow. Oh, gotcha. I completely missed that. Tell your mom I said happy birthday to her. So, we are actually going to go ahead and use up a good amount of apricots. Almost all of it. Not quite all, but it's going to be a pretty decent size. So, we just kind of want to fine chop these. And so... yeah, if you don't like apricots, I don't know what to say. It's good in the beet salad. I'm not a big apricot fan myself, but in the beet salad it works well because it pairs well with the sweetness and the tanginess of the lemon dressing. So pairs pretty well. These don't have to be cut up, you know, perfect, but, you know, try and make them small-ish. Oh, nice. I'm sure we have, like, fresh apricots at the store. I just have never been able to find them. But these are just dried out, so they're not fresh. this is gonna be probably like a 4 to 6 hour stream, right? And so I started early on purpose because some of this stuff takes at least an hour and a half to cook. The Ukrainian vegetarian borscht is not going to take that long, but we are still going to want to make the broth, which takes about 30 minutes to 40 for it to make the broth part. And then that just takes a while. And then doing the tomato part takes another like 10 minutes because you gotta get the tomatoes, like we're making the tomato juice basically. So some of it takes a little while. So yeah, keep that in mind. Hey Electro, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I mean, Clearsight. It's not Electro. I meant Clearsight. Did I? So wait, who do we search up? All right. We're going to put this in a bowl, and we're going to continue on with the next part. All right? I'm going to put this in a bowl. Bowl. Get a big bowl, because, yeah. Big bowl, big bowl. Big bowl, big bowl. I'm bored. Just, saying random songs now. You want to make out with more to sell. So, all right. Apricots are done. They're in a bowl. We're going to put this over here. And we're going to continue on now with the potato part. We want at least, I was going to use 2 potatoes. So, let's go ahead and start off with the potato part, right? Now, I'm going to go ahead and dice these potatoes. And then we want to go ahead and not have that on low. Oh, cool. Perfect. The oven is high. Maxed out at 350. I'm going to go ahead and turn this up to about 6. And perfect timing. Because after the potatoes, we can get the beets in. Let the beets get freaky. What? Let's be PG here. Clearsight is on. Yeah. Let's be PG on the stream. Oh, dude, this grocery bill was expensive. It's very, very expensive. So those are all. I'll just leave it at that. But like, it's a lot of food. Like, you don't realize how much food is gonna be made by this. So yes, it's just a lot. I wish they had pre-peeled potatoes, but then I mean, I'm assuming they do, but I don't know. I just never tried to find any because that would save me time. It's not hard peeling these. It's just we're peeling 10 potatoes, and so the one thing I have to memorize is the portioning on some of the stuff. So yeah, that's the one thing I got to memorize. So much food. Yeah, it's a lot of food. I ship one of the other Tadak characters with Kane. I ship Pommy with Kane. I can do a Pommy voice impression. I have a friend who supports the same ship who can do a voice impression. Nice, nice. While we're at this, let's go ahead and actually get the beets real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the 2 beets going real quick. Actually, I may just need 1. Like, these are fucking massive. Like, look how massive it is. So massive. So I'm gonna put this in. Hey, Iron, welcome to the stream. I'm actually gonna go ahead and place chop these up a little bit real quick into smaller parts, and then we'll peel them as needed. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and put these in there. Oh, that's bad inside. All right, luckily we have multiple beets. I'll just take these out with a spoon once they soften. So that's terrible. So I don't know how you can tell if the beets are like good on the inside or not until you cut it open, right? I have no idea. I'm gonna put oil in these beets real quick, just to, you know, put. And then these can go in the oven. And we'll want these in the oven for about 30 minutes. 30. So let that go for 30 minutes. While the beets are cooking, we are going to go ahead and peel all the potatoes. And that'll save us time from doing other stuff. You simp for them all. Listen, I simp for the cuteness of the characters, okay? Alright? If they're cute, I'll simp for them. If they're just weird looking and like, you know, look like the Grudge from the movie Grudge, no, don't simp them. But if they're cute and adorable and they like to be cuddled, I'll simp. If they don't like being cuddled, no simping. Alright. Why are you like this? I don't know why you're like this. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just, we're always simple people. And floofs. And characters. You know? We're allowed to do that. I do. Your son is actually adorable. What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving? What are you guys doing? Anything special? Who's cooking their turkey? Like, I feel like, you know, at least what I'm doing is unique, right? Because it's Ukrainian style. So y'all. And I'll do something unique. Oh wait, no, I'm not doing a Christmas cooking because I'll be going to my sister's for Christmas. She's never gonna see this, so I can say this. I really don't want to go there because, you know, I kind of want to spend Christmas time home and doing other stuff for Christmas, but whatever. She's stressing over having this baby, man. It's a whole thing. She wants to have a baby, but she's having a hard time. So she's going to see these specialists, and she's trying to rush and trying to get pregnant, and a whole bunch of stuff. Just not good timing. She needs to wait. It's stop tracking me. Oh no. She needs to wait like 6 months until, you know, just settle to this new location in 6 months. But I'm not her, so. Alright. Let me throw this away. We're gonna just peel all the potatoes, right? Like all the potatoes. Because I guarantee you will use all of them. Guarantee you. So we'll start off with that first. And then, you know what I need to do? I need to have me a trash bucket instead of going like... Track me. Yeah, you better track me. Instead of going back and forth. So I'm going to get me like a container real quick. Because I don't feel like, you know, going back and forth for the trash can. It's annoying. Just have a quick waste bucket. Getting pregnant. Oh my god, yeah, that came out of context. Imagine if I could get pregnant. God, what would I look like? I'm not gonna envision. It's gonna be weird. Likey that gets pregnant. I don't even know what I look like. Someone just put a visualization of me pregnant. Oh god, I'm gonna have one of the people draw me that one day. Monday preggy day. How did that start? Like the first time I heard of it was from another Discord channel, and then they're like, "M preg day, Monday preg day," and that's how I heard about it. Yeah, someone can just envision me being pregnant, likey. Weird. All of this, by the way, will end up being purple, my favorite color, but that's because they all have beets in it, and so yeah. That's not why I'm doing these recipes, by the way. It has nothing to do with it. And so, yeah. Like if you were pregnant, you look like you'd had a dad body. It's fair. I don't think I'd look good as a dad body. I personally don't like having that figure on me personally, but some people look good with a dad body. Okay, some people do. I just can't envision myself seeing a dad body. I'm just gonna do it this way, and then cut it. I feel like it's much faster. Until I slice my finger open. You know, one of these days I'm gonna slice my finger open by accident doing this. Because I rush. I'm like, oh no! Alright, yeah, this is much faster. Alright. Well, there goes some of that. Alright, cool. Isn't there like a recipe where you peel the potato skins like thin, something like serve like? Yeah, I'm happy with the body I have right now, so I'm not gonna push my luck. I just keep the body. Truman, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're just talking about how I would look as having a dad body, and I'm happy with. You know, if I had a dad body, I would not be showing my body because I don't know. I feel like majority of the population like seeing nice body. I don't know. That doesn't mean, you know, that there's some content out there that's, you know, that's not, I'm not going to get into that content. No, that's a terrible idea. It's actually, that content is specifically related to the anime. And it might be just only furry community. I don't know if there's any, like, content that dives into, like, people just, you know, I'm going to move on. I can't talk about that content. I'll get demonetized. Terrible idea. Why do you have X videos clipped on your clipboard? I wouldn't know that. I actually have only one laptop. One laptop that I have my content on. That's the no content. because the other devices I have are meant for like editing, gaming, and when I go out in public, I don't want people to see that stuff on my laptop. So none of these devices that I have out here have that stuff. A Mordecai body pillow? I'm sure they have that. I'm sure those exist, Ashley. I'm pretty certain those exist. Almost certain. So, if I remember correctly, why did I do this? So we're peeling all these potatoes because we have this salad that we're doing. We have the... How's the VR stream setup going? I have not set that up yet. I haven't had time. I've been super busy with work, and then today is not a good day for that because I'm streaming for like 5 to 6 hours. Yeah, I have 3 laptops. So, this is my 3rd laptop right here that I just got. Really, really nice. The one I just did a video about that I love, and I gotta do one more video on it regarding to the performance versus my 2021 laptop. And yeah, that's the last one. Oh, nice. I haven't seen the update on that yet. That'll be helpful, Ashley. At least I'd still get the pokies. I feel like I'd still get the pokies even if I didn't have a dead body, right? I actually like poke bellies, so they're fun. Hi Enigma, welcome to the stream. So all of these are going to be actually just diced. Every single one of these I just did, they're all going to be diced. So get rid of that piece. I'm going straight to dicing 2 of these for the salad. And yeah, so we'll start off with the 2 salads. Don't fall. Don't fall. This is gonna be really, really yummy. Don't worry, I promise I won't cut myself. If I do, I'll end the stream and I'll be depressed because then you guys don't get to see my cooking skills. None of these recipes are new, as I mentioned, except for the vegan borscht. I have not shown you guys that yet, so that will be a new recipe. Potato slice out of bounds. What? Oh, right. So we're going to start off with this. And then once the timer hits, let's see what time this is on. Oh, 17 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start getting the big pan out and get water in here, right? Focus on my face. Actually, I can use a small pan. I need this pan for several things. I need the small pan. Because this will be my potato pan. I need this pan for the vegan borscht and the victories, the Ukrainian beef stew. Which, by the way, is my 2nd favorite beef stew to make. It's not my first. My first favorite is this delicious Korean beef stew that I gotta make for you guys one of these days because it's got the best flavor I've ever had in beef stew. Incredible. And then, like, I've made traditional American beef stew, right? And it's probably my least favorite, the traditional classic American beef stew. And yeah, I need to do a Japanese beef stew next because I haven't done that yet. But I'll find a Japanese beef stew one day and make it. So we're gonna heat this up. Let this hit boiling boil, and we are gonna want to add salt to this. So add salt to this, and this will actually flavor the potatoes quite a bit. You want this as like crazy salty. If it's not that much salt, then the potatoes won't be flavored, and yeah. This also helps up heat the water a little bit faster, so it should hit boiling point a little bit faster. One of these days they'll invent like a wireless camera. I'm sure they actually already make them, but the wireless mode on this is not that good. It's terrible. Where I can just like take it with me and just, I mean, I can do that now, but I would have to have a longer cable, so may do that in the future. So while we wait for that to boil, I'm gonna go ahead and prep some of the stuff so we are ahead of time. So I want one of the potatoes to be in one bowl. This is gonna be for the actual, because again, even if I do all this prep, it's still going to take several hours for some of these dishes to be done. So this is going to be for the salad. I'm going to go ahead and dice up the other potatoes for the Ukrainian beef stew. And that's going to be 4 of them, right? Does Ukrainian beef stew get potatoes? Yeah, I think it does. Maybe I'll get potatoes and I'll get beets. Stream Deck Plus is now shipping to my area. Nice, 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 nice. It depends on what you're using a Stream Deck for. For me, I use it for video editing and control my OBS Studio, but because I have 2 touchscreen monitors, I don't technically need it. The only time that I use it is on my desktop nowadays. Again, when I am going to be traveling, I am taking it with me because it has USB hub, and that allows me to attach more stuff to it. So, yeah. We're dicing all the potatoes because that will cut the cooking time by whatever the thickness of the dicing you're doing for the potatoes. So if you're dicing it in 4ths, it'll cut it cooking time by 1/4. If you're cutting it in 10ths, it'll cook it pretty much 10 times faster. I cut potatoes yesterday for supper. I had chicken and fried potatoes yesterday. I did not have the fishy. Oh no, no fishy! So, I should have like, I think I'm missing this 2. Alright, yeah, we're going to do these 2 for the stew. 2 for the salad, we're going to do 4 for the stew, and 4 for the Ukrainian vegan borscht. I want to eat leftover chicken right now, but I don't want to get up because my kitten is laying on my lap and she's sleeping and purring. Oh, that's so cute. Adorable. Yeah, so the Stream Deck layout UI, it depends because the Stream Deck Plus actually has the knobs and I love it. That's actually the biggest reason I got the Stream Deck Plus, because it does allow you to control it a lot easier. And it's specifically meant for like full-on recording setups, like for OBS use and editing. That's literally the reason that the knobs exist, to make it easier for you to use for recording and editing. And they built it more for editing than anything, because with the knobs they have a controlling about how much you can adjust the knobs, and it works flawlessly for like going across the timeline. and I've used it. It's very smooth and flawless. They've done it with some other. They've tried to do it with some other Stream Deck ones that are like that, but they didn't do it as smooth as Stream Deck did. I forgot about something that your own streaming studio to rent. So if you think you would wait, what? I forgot about that something. I thinking about your own streaming studio to rent. If so, when you think you would do that? What? I don't have a streaming studio. Never. I would never rent out my place. My room is only meant for me and no one else. I would never let anyone touch it, just because it's expensive, and I know where everything is and locations and everything set up. So next, we're gonna go ahead and get the other last 4 things of potatoes cut up, and we have 10 minutes, so we're gonna go ahead and start putting the potatoes into the water. I'll turn this up. In you go. Now we just need these to be soft, so we don't need these to actually technically be boiling. So yeah, that may soften them up a little bit too much, but we need them to be a little bit soft, so we don't have the mashed potatoes actually. Oh, a studio room? Probably never. I don't need a studio room, and I have literally my own, quite literally a studio setup. And I'm also not doing content creation as professional, so yeah. It'd be a different story if I had like, 100K plus subs and I was making a lot of money out of it, but I'm not. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. I think the only reason people would need a studio room is if they're doing voice recordings or they're doing certain content that requires that larger amount of space. That's the only reason I see that purpose. And anyone that does, they usually have a lot of money to spend on that stuff. Oh, nice! Now you need the chicken! Give the cat some chicken. I'm sure the cat would love some chicken, Ashley. Feed the kitty cat. Make sure you hear the cat go num 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 num. Oops, this is not an even cut, but whatever. Again, these don't have to be even cut for the stuff that we're doing with this. So this one is going to be specifically for the vegan borscht. So that's what we're doing that for. And then we can skip the part. We kind of want to do this in multiple steps, like peel all the potatoes, peel all the beets, and do everything, simultaneously. So we're not having to do one thing at a time, one recipe at a time only. When you're doing a lot of food and stuff like that, you kind of want to do all the prep for all one item at once. If it's the same prep, just get it all out of the way. So when we get onto that step, we can just like straight do it quicker. Let me get this other bowl, and then this will be for the borscht. Oh, I also got like these large ass containers because like the amount that we're doing is gonna warrant this. So one of these is like freaking, is it 4 quarts? 4.4 quarts, or 4.2 liters basically, which is an insane amount. I don't think we'll fill both of them, but I'm not in the need to, you know, go light on the liquid and stuff. So I also got beef short ribs. Bye, Ella. Thank you for joining. Because we're gonna end up doing a quick sear on the beef short ribs, and then slow cooking them for the beef broth flavor. I mean slow cooking them, meaning that we're gonna have this on like maybe 3 or 4 heat in the water, and having the beef flavor enhance that. But we are using beef bouillon for the beef stew, just to add a little bit more punch to it. But then we'll end up sifting the water to get rid of all the nasty beef gunk first. So we'll kind of work on the process of cleaning the beef itself, and then we'll add the beef bouillon later in the water. When you've done enough cooking, you kind of just know some of the stuff ahead of time that you want to do. Oops. Failed on that one. Anyone else doing anything unique for Thanksgiving? Like, you know, any unique food that you're eating? Or is it just kind of basic Thanksgiving? If it's basic Thanksgiving, I'm going to boo you. I like to make you. I'm going to start doing unique Thanksgiving and unique Christmas. You know, different culture style foods. That's better. So, and it changes up the holiday food that you make. But the recent thing that Trump did with the whole Ukraine, you know, peace agreement was a disaster. Where he gave them like a 28-step peace deal thingy, and more of a whole Putin peace than anything. So obviously Ukraine did not sign off on that, and yeah, literally nothing got accomplished with the whole meeting of the peace agreement thing, which is dumb. It's a big reason I don't like Trump, because he's not really helping the war. He's more of on Putin's side, and that's pretty obvious. So, and he's just shit at president. He's doing a terrible job in being president. He caused the 2 longest shutdowns in the history of the United States. Government shutdowns, right? He did one shutdown, I think it was like 2017 or 2018. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But that one lasted for like 30 some days. And then this recent one lasted for like over 40 days. Like, what? Both of them were his fault. That's terrible. You'd be known for causing the longest shutdown in history twice in a row in your presidency. God, just... Oh. We are supposed to keep it politics free. I'm just trash talking Trump because, you know, I think majority of the world can agree on that one. That's what he's gonna be known for, causing the longest stupid government shutdown. 200 years, he holds the record. What else? Oh, I got a new keyboard that's coming in, and I finally got my USB Type-C mouse that I've been wanting to get for a while, because... So what happened to my keyboard, right? I was drinking coffee, right? I was like sipping coffee, and like it knocked over. It just like went all over my keyboard, and now my keyboard is not functioning properly. So I got me a brand new keyboard that just came out from Corsair, because I love their brand and they're actually very reputable. So far, I've only had one keyboard from Corsair that did not work, And that's because it has like I'm sure it's a hardware problem, not a software. But the Corsair was a K100 keyboard that came out in like 2020 something. Has a problem where it spams like the 0 button. And I tried hardware resetting it, software resetting it, multiple displays and everything. It kept doing it. So that's the reason that I bought the Asus keyboard 2 years ago, and a year and a half ago, I think. And it's just, you know, now got coffee on it. So I got the new Corsair one. And if this keyboard has an issue, I am banning Corsair completely off my list of my favorite keyboards. Corsair is a great company when it comes to keyboards. They're very well known for keyboards. I just recently also found out their most recent keyboard that I'm getting the non-pro version. It's like $400. It's their first $400 keyboard, bro. It's outlandish. It's like $379 for the pro version, and I got the non-pro version, but the switches are like forget the switch's name. I'm supposed to know this, right? I'm supposed to know the switches. Their switches are basically what's been used on some of the gaming consoles, where they use magnets to control the switches to prevent drifting. So that's why they're expensive, but not $400 level territory. That's just too much. Too much. So I got the non-pro version, which is identical. It just doesn't have the magnetic switches. It's literally no difference except the switches. Okay, the beats are done. I'm gonna take out the beats. Oh, those look nice and juicy. Alright, so these are softened up a bit. And the oil actually helps with the softening process, right? And so now they're easier to cut. They're softer inside. I'm gonna take out the potatoes real quick. And we're gonna go pretty quick on this. Really quick. Also, these are all washed. I promise these all got washed. Literally yesterday I washed them. So I did that on purpose. So I can do all this. Okay, these need to be cooked longer. These need to be cooked much longer. I lied. They go back in. They need to be cooked much longer. Alright, I took all the starch out, so I'm gonna cook them in because they're not soft enough. Alright, oven. We're gonna let the beets cool down, and we're gonna proceed on with finishing cutting up all the potatoes real quick for you guys. My chicken is all gone. Oh no! Are you gonna eat chicken for Thanksgiving, Electro? Is that what you're gonna eat? I should have not done it this way. Now I'm gonna cut myself too thin. Joking, I haven't cut myself with this. I don't think I've ever cut myself with this. I came close to once though. But like, you can't cut yourself with these. Luckily, they won't be enough deep cut to do much damage, but if you do it over and over, it'll cause damage. Alright, all the potatoes are done. I completely missed the middle on that one. So, we're going to let that go back up. I'm going to let that cook for about 5 more minutes. So 4:35, we'll take this out, and then yeah. So we got the potatoes. We got that. And I'm going to continue playing the video because I completely forgot. 8 apricots. We don't need small beets. Yep, in the oven. Potatoes. Add apricots and parsley. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and building the salad part for this. No, turkey or ham. I hope for turkey because me no like ham. I respect that. I'm not a big turkey person, actually. I know, I'm not really a big ham person. I prefer turkey over ham. So we're gonna go ahead and get me a large bowl and start building the salad. We're very close to this. And so you guys can see the bowl. I'm gonna go ahead and use this giant bowl for no reason, right? I have this. Track my face. There we go. This giant ass bowl, so you guys can see everything I'm doing. So, in the bowl, we're gonna go ahead and add the apricots. The salad comes from the parsley. That's basically your lettuce, essentially, is what we're doing. The parsley. So it's very much different from your traditional type of what we call salads. Whatever you think of a salad in America is not what salad is for this. Add your apricots. Go ahead and mix it in. Let the apricots absorb some of that. And the flavor is gonna pop out here. Bye, Electro. Thank you for joining. Must be. Hi, David. Welcome to the stream. Must be a special day as him not so. Wait. So not wearing the normal gray outfit. I'm just wearing my Lycan Rock, my midnight shining Lycan Rock. So, kind of all I'm doing. So I'm gonna go ahead and take these, and I'm actually going to put these on a separate cutting board because I don't want to deal with cleaning this up right now. Just don't feel like doing that. All right. Put these in a separate bowl. And then we are going to go ahead and okay, some of this is not edible. So we can go ahead and peel these up a little bit. It does peel nicer when you soft. Oh, my thing just stopped. There we go. Face track me! There you go. Back to it. Sorry about that. Happy Thanksgiving! Salty, welcome to the stream! So, the reason I'm putting a separate cutting board is I don't want to clean my main cutting board. So, yeah. And the reason we want to actually cook the beets is it makes it easier to kind of peel them. That's why we want to pre-cook the beets. No! It's gotta be trash now. I lost a beet. It's good, so good. I'm actually kind of pissed about that one. And they are slippery. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take these off and I'm gonna let this soak in there. Okay, we're gonna try this again without hopefully losing any beets. Usually I would peel the skin beforehand, but this is fine. Just gonna chop the beets up. I should have done this beforehand. Okay, this is bad. I'm gonna throw this away. This is good. Yeah, I don't regret cooking these. Next time, I'm not gonna cook these. All right. It stopped. What the fuck, man? Distract me. There we go. Try this shit again. Yeah, I'm not cooking these. I'm gonna peel them ahead of time. That was a terrible idea. I'm gonna cut myself. Very, very bad. And then blood everywhere and riveting stream cutboard. Oh my god, David. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm just gonna like peel these ahead of time. We actually want these like super thin. So yeah. Next time we don't cook beets until we peel them. I should have done. I was trying to do it different, see if it made improvement, but no, this was a terrible idea. I regret my decision. I do. It's all good. We can still peel these pretty well, so. All right. Now food, yes. Now we're back to the food of peeling making them kind of like lettuce. So, throw this away. Keep the, man, a lot of this is like terrible. All right, we'll see what we got here. I don't like any of these. This is terrible. This whole beet just pretty much went to waste. Ugh. Alright, we'll just peel these beets real quick. Alright. And then we'll cook it. Alright. Peeling time! Yeah, I'm just gonna do this first. Let's peel the beets first, guys, and then cook it. For this salad, actually, you don't actually have to cook the beets, right? Nothing says you don't. Nothing says you need to cook these beets, but it gives it some extra flavor by cooking it, and yeah. If I was in a rush, I probably wouldn't actually cook this. All right, in the oven. Try this again. We're gonna put this in for like 20 minutes. I still would do 15. I don't feel like. Oops. Bake. 50. I don't know why I did that. Oh, cook time. Alright, let's try that again. I actually got more beets than I needed, just in case. So, yeah. For that reason. Alright. Now, we can go ahead and work on the other stuff. And what we got here, we can go ahead and actually work on this a bit. So I'm just going to chop this up. And then we'll add what we have here into the salad. And continue with that later once the beets are fully cooked. So. I'm going to go ahead and add the potatoes in, Ashley, because these are fully done. Hopefully. Hopefully they're fully done. Oh, I should not have done that. It's fine. Yes. Perfect. see. Pretty sure. Perfect. That's perfect. Okay, gonna add the potatoes in here. It'll warm up this salad a little bit, and then we can go ahead and proceed on to the next dish that we can work on while this is getting cooled down. So, but that's pretty much the salad. If you guys want to see, it's really, really yummy. So that's the beet salad. We actually need to add one more ingredient. I forgot walnuts. So we'll go ahead and add walnuts real quick because I got walnuts. And yeah. Where's my walnuts? I don't have walnuts. What's this? Where's my walnuts? I have walnuts here actually. Alright. I have an open bag. Alright, let's go with this. This is a long stream, so we've already been streaming for an hour. And yeah. Alright. Salad is done pretty much. I'm just gonna wait for the beets to fully get finished. And then, like I said, I will add the salad part later. So we are going to go ahead and start with the process of doing the vegetables Ukrainian borscht. So is that it? Is that did I do it right? Yes, I did. Cool. Moving on to the move. Alright, I'm gonna look up the video that I made a while ago. So we already did diced potatoes. Slice the onions. We're gonna go ahead and start with the onions real quick. And yeah. Let me get the cutting board out of the way real quick. Alright. I have onions. I have 2 onions. One is for the vegetable borscht, and we are going to be using part of this onion as the vegetable broth. So we want to kind of keep the leftovers. This will add flavor, and we are going to go ahead and start with the slicing the onion part. So we're just going to chop the end off. We're going to keep this end and put this entire end into the pan right here. So, because this is going to add flavor to the broth. So, also, we're going to go ahead and continue with the process of dicing the onions. Personally, don't do how I cut the onions, but as long as they get nice cut up, you know, doesn't matter how you do it. Just don't cut your fingers off. That would be terrible. That would be very, very bad. Very, very bad. I'm just going to get this off real quick. Alright. And if I remember correctly, we sauteed them. Oh, we need cabbage. I just honed this knife. I used honing, which straightened out the edge, so it's a very, very sharp knife. Alright. Done with the onion. Part 1, onion. We are going to go ahead and get another, like, bowl. I need lots and lots of bowls here for this. And we're going to put all this stuff in the bowl. Alright. I believe we saute the onion. I don't remember. If we don't, we're definitely going to saute the onion and add it to the stew itself. Because we're going to do a little bit different than what I usually did from a recipe. So, next is cabbage. Where's my cabbage? And then there's a unique recipe that I'll be making later on with a tomato sauce. That'll be for the borscht. Oh, that should be cool. Actually, if I don't have all the ingredients, then... So we are going to go ahead, again, use this for the stocking. So in that goes. We don't try not to waste as much food as we can. Half of this is going to be for the borscht, and the other one is going to be for the stew. So once we're done with this stocking, what we're going to end up doing is draining it, and you'll get a clear, nice liquid from this, which is going to be very, very yummy. All right. We want these thin because, again, we're going to want to cook this pretty quickly, so and yeah, big part of borscht is actually the cabbage itself. So when it's cabbage, big part of it is cabbage. So there we go. All right, dill. Now we are also going to add the leftovers of dill into this. So don't want that separate. I don't remember if I wanted that separate. Oh, we have lemon. Oh no. Okay, we are not going to add lemon. Apparently I need a lemon. Alright. Another 30 minutes. This is where it's complicated, right? Because, like, I completely... Okay, we do saute the onions. Alright. So, we are going to go ahead and put the cabbage in a separate bowl. Like I said, I don't remember this entire process, so bear with me because it's been a very long time since I've done a vegan borscht. I've only made it once. So, yeah. Only made it once. And, yeah, that's that. We'll take this. Put the cabbage in here. We are going to go ahead and let's see. Cabbage, onions. Oh my god, my camera still lost track. There we go. Track me. Yep. The beets are almost done. And I'll let them cool down and then I'll mince them up later. Alright, where are we? So, dill. I need dill. So, I have dill. Right? Now, I don't want to use all this dill up. But, again, the part that we want to keep here and for the stew is at least some of the leftover dill. This will add flavor to it, so you don't need much, but the green part will add a little bit of flavor. So we're going to add that to the stocking. It'll be a little bit different. So, but it's going to add flavor to it. So, and then, but it's gonna be really, really yummy. And this entire thing will be thrown away out afterwards. So it's gonna be a different flavor profile than what you guys are gonna see in the vegetarian borscht video that has been released. I'll be probably releasing it tomorrow, to be honest. And yeah. Mince up the dill. So we're just gonna be using about a little bit less than half because I need the dill for something later. And we are going to go ahead and mince up the dill. Put that in a container. A lot of this is going to be going in their individual bowls because, yeah, it's some of these recipes are just like multi-step intensive. I made this a bit more complicated than I need to when I made the video, right? Like I made homemade tomato paste and all that stuff, and we're going by the recipe because, yep, I need 12 tomatoes for this. So now we just need to cut these in half, and then, yeah. I need this bowl. I need this bowl for the tomatoes. I'm gonna go ahead and take this out because that's good enough. All right, here we go. Hear that sizzle! All right, that beet is done. Now put that beet inside the salad later. So yeah. Let me clean my knife off real quick. There you go. Clean the cutting board. Clean the cutting board. That'd be perfect, but still a little bit. I'm gonna cut 12 tomatoes in half, and you guys will see what we do with the tomatoes. So this will be a key ingredient for the borscht. People say that, I think my sister said they don't use tomatoes in borscht. They definitely do. It may not be a lot, but you can still use tomatoes in borscht. There's no exact recipe to make in borscht. There's traditional one, but then there's many modifications to do borscht differently in how your own way. Historically speaking, each Ukrainian town and village and families have their own special ingredient for making their own versions of borscht. And so one way of borscht may not be the same as the next Ukrainian village. So keep that in mind when you're doing borscht. So the way that I'm making it is completely different from other ways of making it. Some borscht you add beans to it. I forget which village in Ukraine that has, and some borschts you add some mushrooms into it. I don't like mushrooms. I've never done one that had beans in either. But yeah, and my camera stopped following me. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna keep that in mind when we make borscht. All right, we are gonna go ahead and work on the carrot part. Now, again, because we are making the vegetarian part of this, oh, did I miss some? I missed something. We'll get in the garlic part. So, carrots. We are going to be using a few of these for the borscht. 3 of these will be for the borscht, and the other ones will be for the actual beef stew itself. So So we are going to go ahead and add the end pieces into the actual, remember, flavor, into the pot, even if it's a little bit, and yeah. I always, like, I'm always scared when I'm cutting oblong objects because I'm always afraid I'm just going to slip and cut myself. There are ways to like prevent that. So if you like take this and you shave a little bit off, you make it a little bit flat, and then you have a flat surface. So if you're scared about it slipping, you don't want a flat surface, just shave the tip of it off and you'll create a nice flat surface on these. So we're going to chop up the carrots real quick here. Alright. These don't need to be, you know, thin, but they need to be relatively thin. So like maybe a 1/4 inch to, you know, about 1/2 inch thickness would be fine. So depends on how much carrot you want to taste. But again, this is vegan borscht, and so yeah, completely vegan. There will be no dairy, there will be no meat, there will be nothing that's regarding to that. So, and vegan borscht is actually not that popular. But for those that are vegan, it is a recipe. I got this online somewhere, so, and then I modified it with my own version of the tomato puree sauce I made from another recipe, and combined those two to make a lovely version of my own borscht. Alright. We are going to go ahead and get another bowl. Need lots and lots of bowls until I figure out the rest of the recipe, right? Like lots and lots of bowls. Because I have to figure out the recipe. I haven't figured that one out yet. Carrots in. These are all going to be added later. Right now, I'm just watching the video and figuring out like what process to do. So, until I figure that out. Alright, we're going to go ahead and grate a beet. Alright, we're going to get one of the beets and we're going to grate it. So I'm actually going to go ahead and get a small beet. And we're going to go and grate it. Save this for later. Where's my grater? I don't need the walnuts anymore. Put these up. Save this for later. I don't know where my grater is. I lost it, guys. Oh no. Oh, I found it. Never mind. Well, it's not really a grater. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's not technically a grater, right? But like, you know, still used as a grater, I guess. I think I sauteed this with the onions, actually. I don't remember. When you only make something once in your entire life, you don't expect people to memorize the order of all this. So. But we are going to have diced beets in here too, so we are going to just dice the beets up. First, let's do grating. I have ants. What the fuck? We have ants in our house for some reason. Just realized. Okay, there's ants over there apparently. Oh, good. How lovely. That's what I wanted. Alright, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna wash this real quick. And then we'll get back to the actual process of the rest of this recipe. Like I said, there's a lot of bowls I'll be using throughout this recipe, and yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and dry this up. Alright, and then we'll add our grated beets to this bowl. And so, I should have worded that better. We're getting a new dresser because it was broken. Oh, nice! Oh, that sounds exciting. Hi, welcome to the stream. How you doing, the Trojan? How you doing? So we're gonna grate an entire beet up here because we have a lot of beets. So, yep. Making them nice circles if we can. No promises. Oh, we failed. I failed making circles on this. Oh well. It was nice while it lasted. I'm working on the process of making the vacuum engine. You're making a vacuum engine? Hey Angel, welcome to the stream. Ooh, that sounds cool. What's that gonna be about? I mean, obviously it's gonna be about vacuum engine, but what does it exactly do? Is it just like a vacuum cleaner, or? Oh my god. No. I'm not dealing with that shit right now. Random spam calling me, I'm streaming, bro. Had to reword it. Ah. Broke, so I got to destroy it because we're getting a new one. Oh my gosh. Oh, gotcha. Thanks, Angel. Did you have fun destroying it? Did you have fun destroying the dresser that broke? Oh no. Wait, now I gotta wash this. This has beet juice on it. I shouldn't have worn this shirt because beet stains. I gotta get more of these anyway, so I only have one of these shirts. But because of my large purchase recently, I'm not gonna buy it until a few weeks from now. These shirts are not as cheap as you guys think. None of my furry clothes are cheap, Ashley. They're all like between $40 to $100. Even my furry underwear, bro, like, they're also expensive. But they're like cute and custom made. And so I support the artist. Maybe not the price, but you know. At least they're decent quality. They didn't cheap out on the quality. So well, I support them too. Someone's gotta support them. Oh dear. Hey, Blue, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Welcome. We're just creating a beat real quick for the vegan borscht that I'm making. And then I just finished the salad, and I just have to like add the rest of the beets to the salad, but I'll do that after the stream because yeah. I just finished the salad. I don't need to revisit the salad part that I made. This is all going to be eaten for tomorrow's Thanksgiving. So we're having a few people eat. So that'll be good. And I get to cook. And yeah, I enjoy doing this, Ashley. Yeah. Anytime, Lou. Anytime. Look at my hand. It's like my hand is all blood. It's not blood. It's beets, YouTube. Don't think this is blood. Holy crap. Can you imagine I had this much blood coming out of my hand this quickly? Actually, you know what? I can't. I've had that happen before. I cut myself pretty bad once. I sliced literally the tip of my finger part off. It was a small tip, but like it took over a month to heal fully. But it did regrow. It actually fully regrew. So it's like it never happened. So if you slice a small tip of your finger, it will fully regrow. There's a certain part that it won't regrow, but if it's a small tip, you'll be fine. Okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with this. It's like done. Alright, here we go. I gotta make sure my laptop doesn't get it. Alright. Next. Beats. What's the next step? I should watch this at like 2 times speed. No! No, what did I do? Oh, I'm just trying to watch my own video that I made. On a separate channel. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and dice the beats, right? The other beat I want dice. So this is for one texture, and then we'll have the dice beats. Why are you doing horrible? I just realized you're doing horrible. Oh no. So I'm gonna get this cutting board and like clean this real quick. I'm gonna turn this off because heat like that is not good for the oven if there's nothing on it. This is my beat cutting board. That's all this is. It's just gonna have beats. Nothing else. Also, I just realized the camera stopped focusing. Oh no. I'll fix that real quick. Hold up. There we go. Focus. There you go. Beautiful. Yeah, this is just for beats. Literally nothing else. It's just a pain in the ass to clean. Alright, we are on the whole... Oh, white vinegar. I should have white vinegar. Cool. We are going to go ahead and start with the process of doing the tomato paste. Alright. Man, I'm glad I have all the ingredients for this. So I'm going to clean this. And we're going to head and start doing the tomato part real quick. As soon as I get rid of whoever the fuck that was on there. Wipe this down. Alright. Cleaned. Alright. How far are we in? We are actually not halfway done. We're about a third way done. We just finished doing all the cuts except for the garlic. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the... I think I messed something up. Oh, I need to work on mincing up garlic. Oh, while this is cooking, I need to do the garlic real quick. 1 cup of sugar water, 1/4 cup water. So I'm going to get 1/4 cup of water. Alright. For the cup. Alright. 1/4 cup. Is that 1/4 cup? Yep, 1/4 cup of water. 1 teaspoon sugar. I need sugar. Alright, I hope I should have sugar here somewhere. Where's my sugar? Because I know I have sugar. Oh, sugar, sugar, sugar. That's not where sugar is. Oh, there's my sugar. Oh, beautiful. Powdered sugar will do just as well. It's pretty much the same thing as the other sugar. It's just this is in powdered form, so it's a little bit more finer. So this should melt pretty quick. We don't need much. Sugar, it'll all eventually melt. It's just one takes a little bit longer than the other, and so powdered sugar is mainly for like baking purposes, but you can use powdered sugar for cooking. There's no difference except for granularity wise. 3-4 teaspoons of salt. I'm gonna go ahead and salt this. So I'm not really measuring this, but in general, you always want to salt your tomatoes, right? Because it's important. 1/4 teaspoon of onion powder. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of onion. I have onion powder. Onion powder. God, what the fuck? Okay, onion powder in. And we're pretty much making like homemade version of ketchup. That's essentially what we're doing, ketchup. But it's a recipe I found online for ketchup, and I'm adding that to it. So, and then 1/4 cup of honey. So, I'm just gonna add a few spoonfuls into this, and yeah, just add honey to this real quick. What is this? Raw honey, there we go. And then we want to let the tomatoes melt. And that's what essentially what we're doing. About 2 spoonfuls, about I'm sure it needs a little bit more than that, but we'll do 2 spoonfuls of honey. Again, not exactly measuring this perfect, but it works. There's me, you know. I'm gonna have this on simmer, all right? We don't want this to be really, really hot, but we do want this to simmer fit. So while that simmers, we are gonna go ahead and start working on mincing the garlic, because this is gonna take about 10 to 15 minutes to melt the tomatoes essentially. And then once all that is done, we can go ahead and blend it into a food processor, which I have, and then that will refine it into a sauce. All right. So let's go ahead and do the garlic that we have here. I got like several garlics. So yeah. Alright, this is done. Put this back over here. Back to my face. Yep. Tracking my face. Good. Now, for this, we are just going to want to kind of, don't need to necessarily like chop this garlic up, right? This part is going to be specifically just for the broth. We are adding this 1 piece of garlic into our broth. This entire garlic clove goes in. You don't need to necessarily like fully chop it up. So as long as you know, mince it and do everything else, squish it. put everything in, the whole thing. You don't need to get rid of the buds with putting this entire thing in here. So again, we are literally, purpose of this is to make leftover stuff. So this is going to be very flavorful by adding garlic into it. So there's our madness behind doing all this. We are now going to go ahead and focus on mincing up a garlic. I got another garlic here. I want to say I got 4 of them. So okay, here we go. Starting with the mincing garlic here. Squish the garlic. It should just come out easily. And we're going to start getting into the nitty gritty of the actual cooking process of this. So there is a way to do all these garlics at once, but I forgot the technique. I'd have to look it up. And yeah. And I get there are garlic mincers out there, but I prefer to do it by hand. It's more rewarding, you know, when you do it yourself instead of having, you know, a device that can do it for you. It's a bit more rewarding. Now, we want to put in the garlic in very last. The reason we want to put the garlic in last is because garlic will burn if you saute that before anything else. So you gotta be mindful on what you're putting in and when, what order. We're sauteing the grated beets, and we're also going to be sauteing the onions, and we're going to be sauteing the garlic. So, again, put the garlic in last so you don't burn the garlic. And it should take less than 5 minutes for this entire process. Whatever you don't use, you can just put into stew. So, if you don't want to use a whole garlic clove, you don't need to, but sauteed garlic does enhance the flavor a lot more than what we're doing in here, so that's why we're adding the sauteed in here. So what else? After this, all we got left to do is the beef stew, and that's it. But that also is going to take like probably a good hour or 2 just to cook and all that stuff. So, and I got as good a quality beef as I can get without going overboard on the actual beef itself, because I want good quality for Thanksgiving, but I don't want to pay, you know, freaking, or spending pretty much. This whole adventure cost us like probably close to $150 with the food alone. And then we got like these 2 containers, some steaks extra for me, and that. So yeah, spending a good penny on all this. But hey, it's Thanksgiving. It's probably cheaper making this than going out to eat. I don't know if there's any restaurants that are actually going to be open on Thanksgiving. If they are, I'm so sorry for those families, because that's fucked up. I think all the restaurants should be closed. So yeah. There's a timely order on when we should be doing some of this stuff, because some of this stuff takes a while to do. So garlic and onions and beets can be put in one pan. Actually, where's that pan I did for the beets? This can all go in one pan because we're gonna be sauteing this entire thing, and it'd be yummy. So. I don't think I'm going to take off that end, the middle part, because that's a pain in the ass to actually squish. Okay, I'm done with this. This can be thrown away. It's good enough garlic. I'm just going to mince this real quick. And yeah. Live streaming cooking takes time. Like, if you're ever seeing cooking shows, like proper cooking shows, then they're doing multiple recipes instead of... This is why you don't ever see people like make beef stews or stuff like this on live stream, because y'all, this shit takes a long time. There's not really any shortcuts to making these live streams shorter. I mean, I guess we could have like pre-prepped and cooked some of this off and been like sauteing, but then like what would you be cooking at that point? If you've already done all the pre-prepping, all the pre-cooking products, and all you're doing is putting stuff together, that's not really cooking. On what is it, Rachel Ray show or something? There was a chef that like did something like that, and like they were making the stew, and like a lot of this stuff was like pre-cooked, and I was like, well, did you really cook anything at that point? Like they showed examples of how to do it, but they didn't really cook it on the show. They pre-cooked it. It's done. I was hoping that was cool. I was completely guessing. While this melts, and it will melt eventually, I'm going to put it this way. We are going to go ahead and have this on 6. Let that heat up. Alright, we're going to have a pan on. Okay, we actually want like a good sized pan for this, because this is a lot of stuff we're adding. So I'm going to get my large pan. My large pan. Yep. That's what I want. And yeah. Alright. Now, we can add butter or whatever you want to do for the sauteing. At work, they don't have us add butter. They just add salt. But like, that's not how you saute shit. I mean, you can, but like, I don't like it. At least add oil. It helps speed up the process, and the browning part of it is a little bit more nicer. So yeah. So this is actually starting to liquefy, if you guys can see that. And hello. It's starting to liquefy. It takes time. So, but it smells really, really good when you're done. Face track me, damn it. It smells really, really good, and it tastes really, really well in this. And this part is my own recipe that I added to it. This is not from any book I found, and I was like, and they did add tomato paste to it, so I'm kind of making that homemade. So I'm making this a little bit longer than it needs to be in terms of the steps. So it's gonna end up really, really good in the end. But you don't need to make your homemade tomato paste like this. It takes, it adds like 15 to 20 minutes extra on this step, and there's no need. Okay, my camera stopped tracking me. There we go, track. Nope. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the garlic in the container that we're gonna add, so we can just go one to another. And a lot of stuff when you see on cooking shows is they'll do a lot of the chopping and put them in separate containers, because it saves them on time from having to go back and forth. So when we're sauteing something, we're going to be sauteing all this stuff, we just want them to be close in hands by where we can just grab and go. So in this goes. Sauteing your onions, sauteing your beets. All right, while that's working, we can go ahead and clean the cutting board real quick because this looks terrible. And like, yeah. Sauteing, if you do sauteing right, it takes a long time. But I'm kind of just not doing it the fully, like, if there's a French way of doing it. I like watch this Jean, whatever his name is, this French chuck to do it. Man, it took him like 15-20 minutes to do sauteing onions. I mean, they look good, don't get me wrong, but like, I'm not spending 15-20 minutes on sauteing something. That's just too much. But that was like years ago he made that video. Okay, I need you to follow me. Now, we can add salt to this to enhance the flavor. We don't technically need to add salt because we are already going to be adding seasoning, which is going to have salt into it and other flavoring. So whether you want to add salt to this or not is completely optional. 100%. So yeah. I've increased the heat for the tomatoes because otherwise if I didn't, it takes too long. And like, yeah. I'm gonna move this over here. Let me get a wooden spoon and mix the tomatoes in here. And, oh, the thing fell off. And these are completely soft at this point. So you kind of want to just like stir the tomatoes as you go. And it should be a nice fragrant smell of sweetness. And you can adjust if the flavor, like, if it doesn't smell too strong in one flavor or it smells too strong in another flavor, modify it. But like, I'm getting this. You want this a bit on the sweet side. Because we're basically making ketchup. That's essentially what we're doing. Making ketchup. In a nutshell. Homemade ketchup. Now, what we can do to get rid of the excess liquid is we can take, and I learned how to do this later on in the video I was watching, we can take a sifter and pour out the liquid and keep the remain, and then we can put the remain in an actual, like this might be too much liquid, so I'm going to use a sifter to get rid of the excess liquid out. This is why you only want to use like half a cup, a quarter of a cup, specifically because it will give too much. Oops. How far are we on this? So, cutting board is clean. I'm gonna go ahead and clean some of these dishes up, and then we're gonna continue on with this. Oh, a tip with beets: if you ever want to if you're ever using beets, make sure you use metalware, stuff that's made of metal, because it helps it prevent it from actually, it won't stick onto metal because of the porous of metal is so dense that beets have literally nothing to stick onto. So, it's a tip if you want stuff sticking on. Alright, we can go ahead and get this stuff back up, cleaned up a little bit. And put some of this stuff away. Because there's just a lot of dishes that gotta be cleaned up. And might as well clean up as we go, since we have nothing else to do. There's other stuff that I could be doing right now. Like, I could be like, cubing up the beets. But a lot of this process is like kind of a wait. So. There's this Mexican dish that you're going to be using tomatoes in. I want to make it for you guys. One of my favorites. It's a Mexican egg dish. Really, really yummy. And highly recommend. Once I show you guys how to make it. Because not my original dish, by the way. I don't own it. None of the dishes I actually own. There's like, I think like one recipe that I use, I modified it to be my original recipe. I took it and then remodified it to be mine, so that one I own, but there's only a few that I've done ever like that. And so, yeah. Done. I'm just seeing like what. Oh my god. No, I'm good. So you want this to be on the boiling. Again, boiling will break down tomatoes completely, and you'll get this nice dish with the tomatoes. I'm gonna add a little bit more oil to this because it's burning the pan, so not by much, but I'm gonna add a little bit more oil just to prevent the pan from having little burn marks. Don't really want to add too much oil to this, so. Sauteing, and the process of making tomato paste takes a while time. So it's two things that take time. This is why I said the live stream. I think I said it was gonna be like at minimum of like 4 hours long. It might be longer than that, but at minimum, it's gonna be at 4 hours. And I'm only comfortable doing like 2 things at once right now because I have like 4 tops on here, but you know, some of the stuff I just don't want to take a chance of burning. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get the sifter and put this in a separate container, and we are going to go ahead and puree the tomatoes. So I'm going to take this over here, off the heat, and we can go over here. We are going to go ahead and from here, kind of just sift away the excess that we don't want. And I kind of want to focus on just getting rid of the liquid part. So that's, I kind of want to be left with very little liquid. That's why I'm sifting it. So you still want some liquid, but like majority of the stuff you kind of want to be stuck with this. So this, if you want to make tomato soup, this would be a good tomato soup recipe actually. And this is why you want to use at minimum of like 12 tomatoes, small tomatoes, or like 6 large tomatoes at minimum, because you're going to be separating this for the tomato puree part. And let's throw it away. So while that cools down a bit, I'm going to go ahead and get back onto the sauteing part. So I don't burn this, because I don't want to burn anything here. So we are going to go ahead and add the garlic here. I'm going to turn off the oven, the heat on here, turn this off, and we're going to add the garlic, because this is on high, like pretty much as high heat as I want. Garlic cooks really, really quickly, so you want to bear that in mind when you're sauteing, to not burn the garlic. Especially when it's minced. You're talking about like a minute or two on the garlic. And the reason we want to saute the garlic is it enhances the flavors. Heat, whenever you do heat on anything, it will always enhance the flavors. That's why steak tastes better when it's partially cooked. Anything that's put on heat will usually make it better. Don't know why, but it's just how it works. I'm sure there's a science method behind that, but all right. This is all done. So I want to take this off the heat here, and we are going to put this all in. Look at me, okay. Oh. I'm going to add water to the pan. We're now at the process of doing the pan. So add salt in your vegetables into the pot, cook for 30 minutes on low medium heat. So water, I want this on low medium heat. I'm going to cook this for about 40 minutes. So low medium heat. Let's go ahead and add 12 cups of water to this. Where's my thingamajig? I actually want to put this in a separate container real quick, so I don't forget about this. So this is what we're going to be blending up later on into a tomato paste. So where's my thing? There you are. I need water. 12 cups. One. There's a faster way of doing this, but I don't have a. So I actually want this to be a little bit higher for 4.5, 3. Now I could have done this at 1 to go and done this earlier, but I'm trying to follow the steps in my video. 4. 5. 6. Up the heat to double the heat in that, because it's a lot of water. It's got to heat up. So if we don't have it at least in the simmering part, it won't actually work. 7. And at 6:45, we'll come back and check on this, and then that'll be about an hour. The longer it does that, the more flavor it does. And yeah, I lost count. Was it 7 or 8? Doesn't matter. We have a big enough container for this. It's not gonna be 12 exactly. The reason why I add a lot of water is because a lot of this will evaporate. So that's the reason behind adding water to this. All right, that's it for that. Now we're gonna come back on that in about an hour because that's got to fully heat up, which is gonna take a little while, that heat level, and then we'll come back to that. All right, while that's doing that, I'm gonna continue on with this. Oh, one thing I forgot to add one thing. Shoot, we got this for a reason. I need to add this. Celery! The last thing I forgot to add. Just gonna chop up celery. And it goes. That's all we need. All the celery. Alright. Yummy, 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 yummy. Alright, and now it should be clear by the end of this. Not crystal clear, but it should be still clearish. So we are gonna go ahead and I forgot to add lemon. I forgot to save lemon. We don't need the lemon juice technically. It'll be fine without the lemon juice. But this is gonna heat up. We are gonna go ahead and work on the actual part of the tomato puree part. The only thing we need here for this is the blender. And yeah, that's all we really need. Assuming I can find my kit for it, which I don't know. I have two actually kits, so I have this and I have that, so I just have to find the other one. Is this it? This is it. So we're just gonna blend this in here. So I don't think this is gonna work. I think I get to use the other kit. Get the other kit because it's gonna work better. I just have to find this stupid kit for it, which should be. Dude, I swear if I got did you just lose the freaking top of this? I'm going to murder someone. The top is gone forever. I really, really needed that. Like, I can't do it without it. This, you just literally just like, this is trash now. Literally trash. Let's see if I can find it in the other place. I hope I can. Otherwise, it's just, you literally just made the trash. There's nothing I can do with that. So, yeah. So I'll find out. If I can't find it, then I'm throwing it away. I'm throwing the entire blender kit away because it's useless. Okay, so I can't find it. There's this piece for it that was supposed to be together, so for some reason, but it's like lost in the midst of all this shit that's here, and I don't know where the fuck it is, because... Okay, this is why we have this shit for existence. Alright, we're using the big one. Alright. We use the big one. No big deal. We use this one. And I'll just buy a new one. Really trash now. Alright, I need to get my other cable. I'll be back. I can find the other cable. What did I do with it? I don't know what I did with it. Well, I don't like how small the cable is. The downside of cables. Okay. We have this. Just gonna plug this in real quick. I'm surprised this doesn't have a 3-prong, right? I'm very surprised about that. Focus. All right, there we go. Big blend, yeah, we're getting the big blend. Sonic, welcome to the stream, bud. How you doing? Hi. I should clean my cabinets. Yeah, I have to clean some cabinets. Yeah, we're getting the big one out. So we're just getting the big one out because, like, why not? And we're making tomato puree, essentially. So we're gonna need this for the part of the other recipe. So how fast can I make the camera spin? It follows me pretty fast, you know. That's about as fast as it goes. It tracks pretty fast. So I haven't used this in like forever though. This is essentially tomato puree. That's how we make it actually. It's really, really yummy. Really umami. And you'll be surprised of the enhanced flavors of making homemade tomato paste, right? I 100% recommend you guys doing it homemade if you want the full best customized flavor experience that you can possibly get. If you don't want to go through this hassle, just use a regular tomato paste and add it to your big crock pot, and then what will end up happening is it will melt. The reason we blend this into a paste is we want it to fully melt. That's the only reason we need to blend this up. Nothing else. Because heat melts a lot of stuff. So we don't need this throughout the rest of the video, so we're done with that. And that's it for the sauce. So it should end up looking like this. You know? Kind of like this, and yeah. Very, very pasty. So while that's being while that's cooking, I'm gonna go ahead and clean up my station real quick, clean up some of the stuff, and we'll move on to the next thing. The one danger about this is like it's sharp, and when you clean this stuff, it's like you're having a chance of cutting yourself. I don't know what happened to my small blender. I'm kind of pissed off. The good news about it is those hand blenders are like, they're cheap. They're pretty cheap. And I don't use it enough to like actually warrant buying a nice one, but you know, it still would be nice to have a nice one. It would be. So I'm just gonna unplug this. There you go. Plug that back in. All right. We're gonna clean this up. And yeah. How's your day going, by the way? I cannot read the chat from here, so I'll have to look at it later. Oh, it stopped. Oh no. There we go. There we go. It's tracking me again. And the tomato paste, like 15 serve. Yeah, it's not that much calories. The amount of tomato paste that we're using. So it's spin me round and round, go round now. Something like that. Is that the song I'm talking about? Well, this is a vegan option for borscht the classic borscht is not vegan by default. So, yeah, we are making a vegan option of the borscht. So, in you go. And if I do find it, I'll keep it. If I don't find it, I'll buy a new one. The only reason I like the small one is portable. So no other real reason other than portability. And so, yeah, no real other reason. So we are going to go ahead and add. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. I want to follow this. Add rosemary. Oh shoot! I gotta add rosemary. Oh yeah, we have rosemary by the way. So I'm gonna go and add that to the water while that's cooking. I have this rosemary. I just have to find the rosemary, right? That's the other thing that I find. Rosemary. Oh my rosemary. I can't find it. Oh, I found it. I found the rosemary. I don't know where I'm going with that. I knew I was missing an ingredient. I just don't remember what it was. I actually modified this by adding the dill stem endings to this. And so it's going to be a little bit different flavor from the normal. And rosemary will just give it that. You don't need to add a lot of rosemary. You really, really don't. But like, I gotta cut this. Look how long this is. I didn't realize it was like one piece. I thought it was multiple pieces. It's just like literally one piece. There you go. There you go. We're gonna want to mix this. And everything in here is gonna be thrown away. We're only keeping the liquid. That's the only thing we're keeping worried about. Alright. In about 40 minutes, we are going to empty this out and throw the entire thing away. So yeah, that's how it works. We're still using it, but it's the leftover stuff that is going to be thrown away anyway, so might as well make something with it so we're not being as wasteful, and we're using it as a culinary technique to make our homemade beef, the homemade vegan broth. Really, really, really yummy. Yeah, Robin, I appreciate people that have vegan and are vegetarian and vegans. So I made a video out there to make a vegan version of the borscht I like that I've made before. And this is the first time you guys are seeing this. So if you are a vegan, you can do this. If you want to add beef flavor to it, just add beef and bouillon. That's it. You can modify that so you can still use this exact same ingredients in here and add the beef flavor to enhance it. Up to you. There's no real method of doing borscht. Like I said, there's a traditional classic way, but because it's been modified for over, borscht has been around for almost I think over 1,000 years. Something like that. It's been around for a while. But it's not from Ukraine. It goes back before. It's technically a Russian dish, but because borscht is not necessarily a one country food type, Ukrainians make it a lot too. It's still the most popular dish in Russia and Ukraine, so it's like the #1 most popular dish. Then there's runnery, which I've shown you guys how to make. Pierogies are very popular. But borscht is just like, if you go to Russia or Ukraine, don't go to Russia. It's a terrible place. Actually, no, Russia itself is not a bad country. I want to point that out. The leaders there and the corruption there is terrible. Really, really bad. It's really bad. So 45 minutes and we'll continue with that. Also, my camera just lost track of me. Hello? Track me, baby, camera. There you go. So, my boo got stuck on the roof. Hi, puppy lover. Welcome to the stream. Oh, no. Let's see if there's anything else. Oh yeah, we need to chop up beets. We need to do the chopped up beets because that's the last ingredient we need to add to this. I keep on forgetting. So for this part, you don't need to cook the beets at all. The beets will be in there for like a solid, I want to say like, how long? For a solid like 30 more minutes. All right. I need the stupid peeler. How did your boot get stuck on the roof, puppy lover? How does that happen? What the flip? So random. Oh yeah, I need this. I need this to be my beet cutting board. I'm really like hard point about this part. Be my beet cutting board. And dude, this thing cost me like $110, like $100 some for that blender. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm Paramore. What is Paramore? Is that a character that I'm missing? Apparently, I'm missing something with this character called Paramore. I'm definitely not Paramore. Definitely not. Look how pretty the beat is. How long have I been live for? Oh God, 2 hours and 22 minutes. We're actually almost done with the borscht. We just got like another hour left. Because these beets are so large, I would say use 2 of them, but I may just use 2. Because borscht is meant to be primarily beets. It's called beet soup for a reason, actually. At least that translates. Alright. Oh, no, yeah, I need this still back. I need to chop on borscht. Borscht. Beets. The fuck? What fell? No, the band. Do I like Paramore? The band? I've never heard of them before. Never once, so I can't say if I like them or not. We are going to be doing cubes in this because we want this to be pretty small. And so I'm cutting these fairly thin, right? So we can cube this. Alright. Small cubes. Small cubes. Small cubes. Whatever you do, don't cut your fingers off doing this, by the way. Nice little cubes. They're more like rectangles, right? Look, they're definitely rectangles. Look at my little rectangle borscht beets. Look at my rectangle beets. You got beet. There we go. Look at that. Look how rectangle that is. No, focus. Focus. There you go. Rectangle. Okay. I'm gonna get both of this. I'm gonna save this for that actually. I'll put this in there because I need that for the salad later. I'm gonna cut that up. And then I'm gonna clean this off. You can eat them raw actually. I'll show you guys. Alright. The reason we want these to be small is because we want them to cook within like 15 to 20 minutes. So we'll add the beets in, then we'll add the potatoes, dill, and everything else into it. And that'll cook for another about 10 minutes. So in total cooking time, by the time we do the beets will have cooked for about 25 minutes. And that will make them super, super savory. So when you're doing these type of recipes, guys, there is an order. The stuff that takes the longest to cook are beets, then potatoes, then yeah. But this is why we want to cut them into small, tiny little cubes. And let the knife not slip, because that is bad. That is how you cut yourself. And cutting yourself is bad. All right. Now, the order of you putting the tomatoes paste in whenever, you can do that whenever you want. Actually, as long as you first empty out the waste, and then we'll get onto the tomato paste. You want the tomato paste to be fully melted, so the sooner you do that, the better. You kind of want to do that at the kind of beginning of this process. So once the whole flavor of the broth is done, we'll put the tomato paste in next, and then we'll put the beets in, and then we'll continue the process. But we do want to bring this up to a boiling point, so we are going to be melting the tomato paste into the soup. We do not want to see any chunkiness of the tomatoes completely. So again, this is why we blended it, so we wouldn't have that chunkiness in the tomatoes. If you don't blend it, then you'll have tomatoes left. If you want that, that's fine, then don't blend it. But it's optional, Ashley. But you will still end up melting tomatoes either way. Dude, what movie should I watch tonight? I'll ask him. I'm off today and tomorrow, so the only reason I'm doing this, and this is a perfect idea for me to do, is because I'm off today and tomorrow. If I wasn't off today, I would not be doing this tomorrow. I am probably not going to be streaming until like later. But I will be doing a part 4 video of the why I'm a furry, or if you're a furry, if you got the series already. I'm terrible at this. Yeah, we'll dice up one more beat, right? Cause like we have like, how many beats do we have? Oh, okay. We're not gonna dice up one beat. Hold up. Oh, wow. Okay, this is perfect. We're not dicing up another beat. Never mind. Forget what I said. I did it perfectly. I calculated this flawlessly. There's 2 beats per dish, and that one's in there and done. So I did that flawlessly. Wow, I planned it out perfect. Yay for planning! I forgot about that. How is everyone's night, day, evening, morning, whatever time zone you're at going? How's all that going? Stuff on my... I feel like I do. This other cabbage, my camera lost track. Camera, I need you to not lose track of me, please. This has happened so many times. I actually hope when the DJI 4 comes out, it would be 360. That would be super, super nice. This does not do 360. I don't know if they can, but they may be able to. That'd be nice. This last cabbage is going to be for the stew. So we are saving this for the stew itself. So we need that for the beef stew. I'm really excited about that. We're actually like very much ahead of like the schedule. I was expecting this to take a little bit longer. At this rate, it may not take as long as I thought. These potatoes are browning a little bit, but that's fine. They're gonna be fully cooked anyway. I don't really care about whether they're browning or not. That's not going to really impact the flavor, but I will go ahead and put them in the refrigerator so they slow down a little bit. Yeah, I'm not throwing that away. I should make me coffee. I got these nice containers for the actual food I'm storing, so I like these containers. I think these are the OXO, yeah, Poplar brand. How is that doing? Oh, that's perfect. That's just on the point of simmering. That's exactly what I want. I did flawless on that. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this up. I actually need this later, to be honest. I'm just cleaning up as I go because I have nothing else to do for the next like 20-something minutes. Put the potatoes up real quick so they slow down in the browning process. This one is going to be for the beef stew. One is going to be for the vegan stew. I'm going to make me coffee like I said I would. And yeah. Now, we are going to do the same process for the other tomato. We might not add the tomatoes for that one, to be honest. I don't think we'll add, unless it has the tomatoes added to it, then I might, but we'll see. I don't know. I haven't figured that one out yet. There's a lot I haven't figured out yet. Let me go ahead and make the coffee. I mean, this is perfect. Hold on, let me take a picture of it so I can show you guys what it looks like. Boom. It's frothy a bit, but it's kind of what you want. So you want it on the point where it's like simmering, but not to the point where it's bubbling. You want these little bubbles to show up, and that's what we're getting there. It's this small, tiny little bubbles, and that's what you want. It distracts me. So let me make me coffee. Let me throw some more stuff away and clean up dishes, because I need some of these dishes for the last meal that we're making, and that's going to be like the actual beef stew, which I'm excited. I'm really excited about. So, oh, I should get my furry, small, tiny furry mug. Look at this! And you guys have seen this, right? You guys have seen my cup collection already, so. Tiny little furry cups. And I'm gonna throw that away, Ashley. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, there you go. And this is going to be my last cup of coffee. It's gonna be 6 ounces, because too much coffee is bad for you, excessively too much. But it's like really hard to do that. You gotta drink like, you gotta drink a lot. So So I'm gonna try and figure out like where I need to combine the ingredients, right? And start combining the ingredients that I need. We finished the salad. That was quick, easy, and yeah. And my camera stopped tracking. Of course it did. Why would it? Why would it be any different? There you go. Track me. There. That's what it needs. So it's 6:16, and in about 20-ish minutes, we'll go ahead and take it out. Doesn't need to be exact, but it should have the nice flavor right about now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's really lovely. Okay. Different flavor profile. But really, really good. So, all right. Like I said, adding garlic, adding the fresh bunch of dill ends, adding a little bit of the carrots will all help enhance the flavor. So let me figure out where I need to start adding stuff to the pot by watching this video, because there's a process to all this, right? Clear soup in the soup. Add chopped beets. Okay, yep. Tomato sauce. So, add chopped beets, tomato sauce. So, we're gonna kind of want to go ahead and start mixing this stuff in here. So, beets, cabbage. All right. And because we've already done the saute part, we can go ahead and just add all this into that pan and just go ahead and mix it all in. Oh. Don't fall. Whatever you do, it's gonna end up bad. I don't trust that. I really don't. Yeah. This will just, so I'm adding all the ingredients into one pan so I can just like dump and go right onto this. And it's gonna go into that big pan. That a big pan, I use it because the heat conductivity on it is far greater than this pan. So that's why I use it, because it works better, right? New pan, new modern technology. So clean up as I go. So I don't think I'll be using this again, so I can go ahead and put this back actually. So I'm gonna start putting stuff back. We don't need. Actually, I do need it. I lied. I need it to like. No, I got the other thing. I used the other thing. Never mind. So. The smell of this is incredible. I'm just mixing it all up. You don't actually need to do this part, right? You don't need to mix it all up. And the reason being is when something boils, it lifts pretty much everything around it. So there's no need to mix it all up. But if you want to, just to have it all mixed up already ahead of time, fine. There's no need to do this extra step that I'm doing. It's redundant. I feel much better. I got coffee. So tomato sauce can go into the pan. And all we're doing is adding every single ingredient back into the big pan with the water. And I'm just going to clean up as we wait for this. Lots and lots of dishes. So we kind of want to speed track this along. And so yeah. Now, usually the way it works, usually when I cook, my mother helps with clean dishes, but I figured this is a lot of stuff, so I just do it myself. And it passes time by. Like what else am I gonna do for the next, like, 20 minutes? Yes, a lot of the stuff that I've already done has been prepped. So that helps with the planning. And when you're, again, doing a lot of food cooking at once, you want it to be as efficient as possible in the kitchen. You kind of want to prep multiple stuff ahead of time. So when you're doing a meal like Thanksgiving Day or Christmas, you have everything done much faster. But a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people can only focus on one thing, then they move on to the next thing, and it takes them hours and hours and hours to make their Thanksgiving. But, like, just faster this way. So just do it this way. I have practice, actually. Alright, we are pretty much cleared up. I'm just going to clean this pan a bit. We are not going to be sauteing the beets in this again, because we are just going to be cubing the beets for the... Do I need beets? Do I need beets for that? I may not need beets. I may be overthinking. I don't know. I don't remember if I need beets for this or not. I'll have to look up the recipe. See, I also thought of this. I have all the recipes saved on my other monitor. I have, like... Oh, fuck off. I have, like, 2 monitors for this reason. One monitor is my OBS, and one monitor is for my, like, cheating content, so I can look and make sure I'm doing this all right. Robin Hood, welcome to the stream. Nice steamy hot water. Yeah, this is very hot. Oh, we can go ahead and add the tomatoes in it too, because they're all going to be cooking at the same time. So hard vegetables can be added at once. Sauteed. All your saute can go in one pan. And so this, now all we got to do, empty out the water, add this entire pan, which has cabbage, carrots, tomato puree, your sauteed onions, sauteed garlic, sauteed beets into the pan once we clean that water. So that's all in one step. And it's just more efficient that way. Hi, welcome back, Robin Hood. Unless this is your first time coming back. Oh wait, no, you're back. No, wait. I already said hi to you. So I don't have lemon juice, and realistically the amount of lemon juice you need to change the flavor for that would be like a cup. It'd be like a cup. It'd be 1/12 of what this is. So now it's on the little bit boiling. Beautiful. The flavor is very, very lovely. I'm excited about this. Oh, I wanted to see if we had any of that in there. She said we did, but I'll have to see if we do. I don't remember. Drink coffee! Alright, so all the dishes have been cut up pretty much. So there's that. Potatoes, cabbage, such an onion, garlic, and beets. Dill is gonna be last, Ashley. I kind of messed up the timing in this because, like, you want to add dill the very last part of this. So we have dill here as the last ingredient you're gonna add, because all you're going to do, you're not cooking the dill. You're gonna be basically garnishing this dish with the dill at the very end. So add all of this. So empty out the water, add all this into the water, and 25 minutes. Go ahead and add your about 15 minutes later, add your potatoes, and 10 minutes later, the potatoes should be fully soft. And then add your dill at the end. So it's kind of the process. A lot of prep, a lot of work, but it's pretty simple. Anyone can really do this kind of dish, but it just requires a lot of prep and time. Keep in mind, this one dish takes about an hour, 30 minutes to almost 2 hours to do by itself. So if you don't have that time, maybe do it when you have time. It's not a quick dish. So, yeah. We don't need that. That was only for the salad. So, I'm gonna move on to, now, you can add sour cream to this if you want, but because this is a vegan dish, you probably don't want to add sour cream to this if you're vegan. It is optional. Sour cream does enhance the flavor. So I'm going to, yeah, I was like, cool. There we go. Get rid of this. And remove. All right, so we're going to start working on the other dish. So I want to go ahead and start up with dicing the steaks and potatoes and the onions. All right, so we're going to start working on this other dish. All right, I have another onion. We're going to go ahead and dice that up. So I have enough time to get some of the stuff out of the way. So again, where I was making this, normally I would wait and this would be a separate video, and usually this at the end. Don't cut this off unless you want to cry. I have been dicing enough onions that I'm not immune to it, but when you do enough, you cry far less. You cry far less. So yeah. I'm not going to necessarily dice these because these will shrink when we're cooking them, so keep that in mind. You don't need to dice the onions, but if you want to, you can. Optional. So yeah. See, I'm crying. I'm crying. I'm crying. Oh my God. He got to me. Don't look at sad likey. No, I'm not sad. It's just onions do make you cry. And there's like no real remedy to prevent that. Despite online bullshit saying, oh yeah, you do this. No. Just don't cut the root off. Keep the root attached till the very end. And then when you chop it, cut it off. I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not sure. I think if the onion is older, it's less likely to make you cry than if the onion is fresh. And I think that's one of the telltale signs that onion is fresh. If you cry when you chop off the root, it's fresh. If you don't cry, it means it's like a few days old. I could be wrong. But that might have an impact. Alright, we are going to go ahead and start off with putting everything into a bowl. Onions in, because we're going to saute the onions, and we are going to also saute the marinade. Burn the steak. We are literally burning the steak. Not burning, you guys. we're searing. We are searing the steak. So back to step one. We've already did the potatoes, so we got that step done, and all we gotta do is do the stupid steak. I'm gonna throw this shit away. It's annoying. So we have about 10 more minutes. So the steak I got, I went a bit bougie on this, right? Well, that's dumb. God damn it. Alright, Pete. Alright, let's just clean this up. All this gotta be thrown away now. Wash my hands. That's dumb. Alright, Pete. Alright, I'm gonna go wash my hands. So, the steak I got is boneless spare ribs. Boneless short spare ribs. And you can use this for a crock pot if you do it right. It's like you can, but I like it. It has a nice. It's got a good decent amount of marbling on it. Higher marbling than some of the other cut, like your other steaks that you get for stew. It's not. That's not. This is not meant to be like a stew type steak. It lost my face because I walked away. But it's good for like, you know, very, very pretty. Look at this. Look at this. Look how pretty it is. So pretty. Also, in terms of the price, the price isn't bad. And I got this for 2 pounds, 2.5 pounds. And so, good amount of steak for what we're going to be doing this with. And you want a good majority of it to be steak. Alright. I'm just eating because I can. Oh, that's so nice. That beet is gonna taste really yummy. So, with this, I want to get my cutting board that has the beet juice on it, which is here. And I'll explain why. I just don't want to deal cleaning this up with blood and stuff. So, that's why. Makes logical sense. And we're just going to cut these. Ooh, this is... Ew. Why is that gray? What the fuck? Okay, it's not supposed to be gray. It's supposed to be fresh. Oh no. So we're going to cut these in half. And then we're going to dice them. About 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch is what you want. And so, keep that in mind. Nice, you know. I have a steak knife, a knife that's meant to actually cut steaks, but a chef knife, again, can pretty much do it too. It's kind of the nice thing about chef knives, they're all-around knives, and it allows you to cut pretty much through anything, except fish bone. Except bones. That's a whole different knife. Area category is different. But you know, it's nice. Let's see. I'm trying to keep this pretty uniform, right? So, where's my other? Okay, I'm just gonna use this for the steak meat. So, doing all this saves a lot of time. You'll be surprised. There's a reason I do all this way consistently, because it just saves time. The longer we actually have that in there, it's not bad that if it goes past the 45-minute mark in terms of that, the longer that's sitting in there, the more potent the flavor will be. Now, there is probably a limitation to how potent the flavor will be, but like, it's not gonna make it bad. You're not gonna make the water disgusting by making it sit in there. That's physically impossible. Like, it's constantly cooking, so yeah. And some of the professional restaurants, they actually like let it sit there for overnight and do it for like 6 to 12 hours. I just don't have time for that. You know, I'm sure the flavor would be like more crazy potent, but I am not doing that where I'm just letting it sit for 6 to 12 hours. Oh, that's too long. The reason you want these about an inch, almost about an inch, quarter inch, 3/4 of an inch to an inch in thickness is because steaks shrink as they get heated up. Meat shrinks. Well, actually, anything shrinks when you get heated up. In general, when you cook it, it shrinks. So, you've cut it too small. Yeah, it's not gonna end well. So this allows it to still be nice and flavorful by doing this size. So last piece. Nice. This is only 2.4 pounds, I think. It's not exactly 2.5, but I was okay with it. This is an insane amount of steak. My recommendation, if you're gonna make it for multiple family members, do about 2 pounds. So it'll last you a few days. So yeah. All right. Now, what we can do, salt the steak is what we're going to do next. Now, I did not add this step into the cooking step because when we are going to be marinate the cooking process of the steak, when we're seasoning it, the salt doesn't come off anyway. So you don't technically, again, need to do this, but it does allow the steak to release that extra protein bond and flavor. So it gives it more flavor, especially when you're searing it. So there is a purpose. If we weren't doing the searing and we were just doing it directly into the water, which I would not recommend doing because you're just going to have a gray ass looking steak, and that is very bland looking. You'll know like when a restaurant, like low quality restaurant, makes like proper beef stew when the steak is seared. They don't sear it and they just put it in water. Yeah, that's just no bueno for me. All right, we are going to go ahead and start the process of cleaning this up. I already cleaned this up, but I just want to make sure it's clean, so I need this for the steak. And then we can continue with the dish. Now, if I didn't do this at this point, the live stream would be like 6+ hours long. It would be a very, very long live stream. So I'm trying to cut it down as much as possible for you guys. I don't think any of you guys are going to watch this full stream ever again, but hey. Let's go ahead and put this in here. All right, we're going to put this in here. This is a strainer, a full-size strainer, and we're just going to put the water in here and strain it that way. All right, this can be very, very yummy. It's okay if some water comes out. It's very hot. This is going to be very delicious. And we are going to take this off. We're actually going to want to turn this up a bit higher to about 7 or 7.5. Because what we want to do is to oh no, I got some on myself. Shit. Cook all this in there. This is gonna be really delicious. Oh, bleach the shirt. Don't bleach, Ashley. Alright, so 7.5. This is what we got left. This is the byproduct that we don't want. That can be now thrown away. So, but all that was sitting there for almost an hour, and that flavor is gonna be incredible. So. So while that's working, we can go ahead and start the process of the. We can start the process of doing the steak. So searing it is going to require an intensive amount of heat, and we're just going to max this out. Let that heat up. Go ahead and salt this steak while it's heating up. Add lots of salt. Now, because this is going to be a stew, the salt is going to come off. But again, that's not the purpose of why we're salting the steak. The purpose of why we're salting the steak is to release those enzymes to allow it to tenderize a little bit easier and make it more flavorful in the end. So I'm going to go and clean the knife, because I don't want to cut anything raw. So yeah, knife cleaned. We don't need this cutting board again, because all right, that just came off. All right, so where are we at with this? We did that. Let's continue watching the video. This one is not that long to do. The vegan borscht is probably the longest part to do. So keep in mind, if you want to do something quicker, the steak is gonna. This is gonna cook real quick. Let's go ahead and mince that other garlic real quick. So we should have exactly 1 garlic left. Oh, we have 2 actually. And so while we're waiting, we can go ahead and mince up the garlic. Go ahead and get rid of the exterior shells. You don't have to mince up exactly 1 whole garlic, but you know, still. Mince up as much garlic as you want. The more garlic, the more flavor for this. A lot of this recipe is going to be identical to the borscht. So keep that in mind too. But the difference is the seasonings that we're going to be using towards the end of this. And so, yeah, that's going to be the big difference. I think that part is going to be the biggest difference of any of the soups that you do, it's the seasonings towards the ends. They may mimic in terms of the ingredients, but you can do a lot with just a few different seasonings and then be like, oh, it's a brand new dish. Even though it's using the exact same ingredients, but again, add paprika and a few other things and thicken up the sauce. All of a sudden, it's a new dish. Amazing how that works. But that's how cooking works, so. Okay, let's go ahead and mince up all this garlic. Actually, let's go ahead and brown the steak because it should be fully hot at this point. Yeah, it's hot. So we gotta add oil to the pan. I don't know why I'm speaking so loud. But oil up the pan. You don't need a lot of oil, but you do need some oil. And just oil up the pan a bit. This is non-stick, so yeah. This can go super quickly. And yeah. In we go. Very loud too, so. All right. Kind of want to toss it a bit, so as we're tossing it, it should brown up a bit, and so just to make the steak a lot better. It'll be very I'm excited for this. This is actually one of my second favorite dishes I've done. From the Ukrainian perspective of dishes, it's beef stew, and I just like beef stew in general. So it's very nice. Perfect for when you're sick or Christmas or any other time. Just a reminder, these do take a while. All right. Get a nice sear on this. Now, because this is a nicer steak, you can still have this well done and still be fully tendered. But the purpose of doing a stew is to have meat fall off. So by searing it and then actually having it cook in the water, it will retenderize it and make it easier to chew. So. Going to empty out some of this liquid and Oops, there goes that. Got a lot of liquid in this one. Alright, I'm gonna go and turn it off. I should have actually not cut this and just seared it and then cut it afterwards. But it's just fine. Should have done that, but whatever. So let's go ahead and get on to the garlic part. And this should be about 7 o'clock. We'll go ahead and proceed onward with putting the potato in a few minutes. Oops. This is a long stream, guys. I did tell you that. It's going to be probably the longest cooking stream that I ever do. But hey. I may put chapter marks to this, right? I'm going to put chapter marks. Gotta figure out how to do that. I have to figure that out. Because this is a long stream. But you guys can watch my shorter videos that are going to be released. Like tomorrow I'm going to release the vegan borscht recipe. So, yeah. I may just pull that video out for you guys tomorrow because that'd be easier. Like I said, I made every single one of these recipes on my other channel. So, if you guys are curious on what I'm doing or how I make it, I already have it published. But yeah, my recommendation, don't cut the steak, sear it, and then cut it afterwards, because if you cut it, it's going to cook too fast and it may not brown. So, still going to be yummy though. Oh, that's too small. That's too squished. I don't think I can use that. Some garlics are too small, bro. Squish it. Get your anger out by squishing garlic. So, you don't honestly have to hit that as hard as I do, to be honest. It will come off easy. It comes off pretty easy anyway in general. Just have to squish it. Squish it, squish it, squish it. As I mentioned, by squishing the garlic, you're releasing the juices inside the garlic, and it's actually easier to separate that way. So, we're going to go ahead and mince the garlic, and yeah. We don't need to mince this part, but I'm still going to mince it. Still going to mince it. I have nothing else better to do besides make sounds of me mincing garlic. I'm not that crazy. Alright, about 4 minutes. We'll go ahead and take that out. We'll add the potatoes in. And we'll move on to finishing it up with dill on top. At the 10-minute mark for the potatoes being cooked. So, minced dish. We'll go ahead and do the potatoes now. So go ahead and in with the potatoes, in with the potatoes, in with the potatoes, in with the potatoes. All right, now we let this cook for about 10 minutes. So yeah, that's done. One bowl is done with the potatoes. On with another bowl. All right, let me get my cup. Where's the cup? Cup in. Garlic, garlic. Throw all this away. Clean my cutting board. All right. Still following me? Yeah, you're gonna lose track of me shortly. There you go. Alright, that's done. What's the next step? Dice up the potatoes, steak potatoes and onions. We already did that. Cool. Oh, it lost track. Oh, shoot. There we go. Mince up one whole garlic. I'm just watching my video at like 2 times speed, so. Put steak in big pot. Garlic and saute onions. Should have done saute onions same time as garlic. Add 6 cups of water for now. Alright. Oh, I do that. Okay, we're doing the same thing with the tomatoes that we did with this. Okay. I was wondering if we're doing that. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the 12 tomatoes and redo the exact same like ingredient that you guys just saw that I used for the tomato stew. And we'll redo that. So again, prepping, very, very important. You have a game, and because we have time, we have about 6 minutes left, 6 to 7 minutes. We might as well get some of this stuff out of the way and speed up on the time. Now, I can't necessarily start with cooking the steak inside the water because I'm using that pan for that. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. I want 12 tomatoes. And then we'll redo the exact same thing with this. So tomatoes in. Now we can modify the taste of this by adding like different seasonings for the tomato, like paprika. But we're already adding paprika into the beef stew anyway, paprika and cumin. And that's what makes this beef stew so unique from any other beef stew that you guys have probably ever had, is adding just paprika and cumin. That's incredible flavor that's just going to hit you right when you eat it. It's also going to be thicker than most beef stews by adding the cornstarch mix into it. So it's going to be really good. So we'll go ahead and start with doing the tomato again. So I want to go ahead and do about with a cup of water. I want this on like about 4. So I want 4 cups of water in. You gotta be careful how much cup of water that you do, because you don't want all that liquid. You kind of want to focus on like the tomato flavor. So That's what we want to focus on, is the tomato flavor. And we're going to do the exact same thing we did for this part. There's no difference in terms of how we make this at all. For the tomatoes, we're doing the exact same thing. Again, the primarily flavor that you guys are going to notice will be from the spices. So, where's my onion powder? The fuck? That's my onion powder, guys. I just want like onion stir. That's all I want. Nice. That's totally what I want. Stuff to fall down. Alright, that's fine. What's that? So we're going to do the exact same thing. A bit of sugar. Yeah, you can play around with it to see how much you want to add. You got about 3 more minutes to do all this, and then we'll take it off the heat, let it cool down, and put it in a giant container for tomorrow to serve. I just need to find my onion powder. Here we go. Found the onion powder. I was supposed to add like white vinegar, I think, to it. I don't remember. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep that on. All right. Oh wow, I did a terrible cut in that one. Just realized. Oh, I modified this. I did not do that. Okay. We're just gonna directly add it to the pan. So I modified it. I did not actually blend this one up. So it's gonna be, you're going to taste more of a tomatoes parts to this. So I was just wondering, what are you doing for Christmas, Likey? I am gonna be going to see my sister and her husband, which I don't want to do, but it's fine. Also, I'm pissed off this is dirty. Welcome to, hi, welcome back, Iron. Welcome back. So this is done. This is fully done. Oh shit. Oh shit. There's a little spark going on there. Oh shit. That's not happiness. Oh, that's dangerous. I just saw a little spark. Literally. I'm gonna add a little oil to this. I think I'm supposed to put oil to this. It was like very little oil. And I'm going to, oh, can this thing, like, dishwash safe. Nice. We're just gonna let this cool down. And I need a container for this to let it cool down. Because I need to start with this whole thing. The whole, you know, start process of cooking the other part. Because that in itself is going to take another hour. And so, yeah. I need to get straight to this and having it cook. Cause like, y'all. Clean this. Ah! The thing fell off. The stupid thing. God, I hate these. I hate them so much. Cutting board clean. Alright, we will put this in here. And go ahead. Show you guys what this looks like shortly after I do this. Right? Ah! That's hot. Oh, that's... Listen, I need this. I need all of this. I need this entire thing just like to cool down. Now, a lot of this we don't need to fully clean, but you know, I would like to clean a little bit. So while that cools down, gotta be careful. Just stuff it. Gotta be very careful. And then we can go ahead and garnish it with dill. Just like put dill on top. Very pretty. That's it. You're just garnishing it with dill. That is very, very yummy. Get it on directly while this cools down a bit so I can put it safely in a container. We're going to start the process of cooking this, right? As soon as I clean it. So I want to clean this real quick. And yeah. Now, I was thinking about like cleaning the steak a bit, but like I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna skip that part. So I want to add about not 6 cups, but like probably close to 8. So we'll modify this a bit because we did up it to about used about 2 pounds last time, and so this one I use about 2.5 pounds worth of steak. So it's a little bit more, so we'll modify it to 8. I do have beef bouillon to add the flavor to this, and so when we get to that part, we'll add the beef bouillon. Actually, that should be like... Oh, did my laptop just die? Oh no. Oh, it just died. On my stream thingy, my tablet just died on me. Wow, it's supposed to have charging ability, but oh no, terrible. Well, it's charging at least. Stupid thing. Oh, I need to add honey to this. I just realized I need to add a little bit of honey to this. not much, but I don't think I'll add honey to this one. I think we'll save the honey a little bit later. I don't need to add honey to this. Yeah. I'm gonna continue adding water. I need to add hot water, not cold. Who was it on Gordon Ramsay that is like, yo, Gordon Ramsay is like, why are you using cold water? He's like, oh no, I like it. Gordon Ramsay yelled at him for that. Hot water heats up faster, guys, not cold. Don't use cold water. Alright, let's go ahead and see if I can find that beef bouillon real quick. And if I can't, then I'm gonna go ahead and move on to a different thing. I don't remember if we had some here or not. Oh, there we are. We do have some. Oh, okay. Alright, this is goodbye April 2026. Alright, this is not even open. Oh, shit. Okay, what about this one? Oh, shit. April. Oh, okay. This is... Oh, I don't want this. Oh, no. What is this? Vegetable base? Why do I have 2 vegetable base? I need beef. Oh, I don't have a beef. That's a vegetable base. Oh, no. Alright, well, I don't have a beef bouillon, so I have this that I got at store luckily, so we're good. We're good. This is to add a little bit more of the true beef stew broth flavor. So, because we are adding a whole bunch of other stuff, we don't want to overwhelm this with necessarily like... Oh, stop tracking me. We don't want to overwhelm this by just heaping like, you know, 4 or 5 cups, 4 to 5 tablespoons of this. We realistically only want to add 1 tablespoon per like every 2 cups. Oh, how many cups is this? Is this 2 cups? Oh, I did 12 cups. Oh, that is so much. Oh shit, that's 12. Oops. That's why. I can't open this. No, look at me straight. I'm strong. Okay, I did it. It's actually very difficult. So, we're just going to add a heap. And that's all we want. 1 heap. Alright. We don't need any more than that. Again, the idea is not to have this flavor stand out. The idea of it is to make this enhance the overall flavor of the products that you're adding. If you add too much of this, you're not going to taste, well, anything else other than this. So you gotta be careful on how much you're adding a beef bouillon into the actual stew yourself. People add way too much beef bouillon based off the directions it says. I add, you know, 1 tablespoon, which is way underwhelming amount of what I did with the 12 cups. I just realized this is 2 cups and I did like 6, 7 of these, so it's like 12, 14 cups. Underwhelming amount. This is supposed to be like one teaspoon per 8-ounce boiling water. Alright. I'm like, so this would be, what was it? 16, it's like something like that. It would have been like 4 or 5 of these for me to be on par to maximize that flavor with that. So that's, you gotta be careful with that. We are gonna go ahead and add the steak into this and let it add the steak and the juice in here and let it just marinate in there. All right. While that absorbs the beef flavors, we are actually completely done with the vegan borscht. This is the vegan borscht. Very, very yummy. One of my favorite dishes. Even though it's vegan, it's super, super yummy. And it's just delicious. The flavor is perfect. Now, it's going to be a reddish because of the amount of tomatoes we used. But the beets will make it more purplish a bit. So, but it works. It's a vegan borscht. So, we're going to go ahead and add the rest of this cabbage. Oh my. Oh gosh, what happened to my camera? What the fuck? Hold up. Something's going on my camera. Is it because of that? What the fuck? Oh! It's OBS! I don't know what's going on. Hold up. Oh no! If you guys, I'm literally looking at camera quality. It's terrible. It's like garbage. Can't see anything with this. Like nothing. Let me fix that. Let's see if it fixes it. It does not fix it. I'm gonna like unplug this and replug it back in. Okay, we're back. We're back. Holy crap. What's going on? Oh. Alright, we're good. We're good. Woo! That was, I've never had that happen before. Let me make sure the audio is like capturing the correct one. Alright, cool. I've literally never had that happen. That was the first time. That thing did that at like freaking 3 hours into the stream. Alright, welcome back. Hi, everything's normal. And we're gonna let this sit. Actually, I'm gonna turn this up a bit. Actually, no, I want this on simmer. Take it back. Put it down. And I need to squish this a bit. Now, I don't want to blend these because I want the texture to be a little bit different from borscht. And so I want people to actually be able to taste the tomatoes in here this time. And so we are literally adding this entire tomato puree with the tomatoes. If you want the higher tomato concentration, you can actually work on emptying out the liquid by sifting it like I did before that I showed you guys in an earlier video, and you'll get a higher concentration. But this is a little bit watered down, but because it's fine, the overall flavor experience will not really change too much. So we are done with this. If you want to add honey to sweeten this up, you can. If you don't, you can leave it as is. In my actual video that I uploaded for you guys to see this a while ago, I don't add honey, I don't add garlic, I don't add anything of that for the tomato. So I'm just breaking up the tomatoes a bit by mixing it and pounding the tomatoes back and forth together, so we get that nice, you know, savory mixture of the tomatoes together. This is actually kind of what I want. This is a bit thicker. I think I added too much water in the other one, right? And so this is gonna be more of a sauce than anything. So not really sauce, but it's gonna have chunks of tomatoes. There we go. Yes. Yeah, I fixed it. I'm so sorry about that. I guess when it comes to like OBS and DJI, it messes it up. But we're back. So we are gonna go ahead and do the sauteed onions in about 20 minutes. And I'm saying about 20 minutes because I want to let the steak marinate a bit on low heat. So that's about medium heat. And so we're just letting it marinate in the water to absorb the flavors. In the meantime, we can go ahead and pour this into this container. Oh, it does work. Oh, that works. Oh, that's cool. Oh, wow. Neat tech. Cool. Wow. Yeah, I got the... Oh, this is not the large? It's fine. It should still be able to fit all. I'm hoping. I don't know where a little scoopier is. Oh, no. Where's my scoopy spatula? I don't know where my Scooby spatula is. I don't know. We never got one. Oh, I think it broke. I just never got one, right? It's gonna take a while to get all this in. But it's fine. We have time. It's gonna take like hundreds of scoops. Not really hundreds, but we'll get there eventually. This is gonna be really yummy. Hopefully this doesn't break. Paid good money for this container. But yeah, this is the outcome. It's really, really yummy. Oh, it stopped tracking. There you go. The outcome of it. It's really, really yummy. So you guys should be able to see all that. Got a hint of purple. So, but it's more red. Again, I had probably added too much tomatoes to this, but it's fine. And the beets, you guys can see, are not discolored by a lot. So when we cook the beets, we want to make sure we keep the colors. If you overcook this a bit, you'll discolor the beets and they'll look white basically. So let's see if we can show you a single beet. But the trick is to like make sure we don't do that. And that can be difficult. So these are not discolored. You guys can see that real quick. I don't know. Hold up. Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? Does it focus? It does not focus. Alright. Get like a stupid spoon. So let's see if we can show you that. There you go. The beet is not discolored. It's a little bit discolored, but the overall beet is still red, and so you get that nice color on your beets. If you overcook your beets, they'll turn white, clear, and that's how you know you've already done it. You know you've done it right when you made it so perfect color. So now everything will still cook when we heat it up in the microwave. So you also gotta remember on that. You see how these got overdone? I should have actually put this in last, because this is what ends up happening is you'll make it clear like that for the beets. But it's fine. It's still got that nice flavor. And yeah, just looks weird. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take this off real quick and actually add this into the stew now. We're done with this completely, and now we'll just let it marinate there for about 15 minutes. And we'll have a nice flavored stew. The difference is the thickness, and you guys aren't going to see the thickness change up. When we do the thickness, we are going to add cornstarch and half milk, or not half, but heavy cream. We're going to mix that, and it will thicken it up as it cools down. So it won't thicken up when it's heated, but it will thicken up the stew actually when it cools down. So and that's what makes it different from this. This is not beef borscht is not meant to be thick. It's not meant to be a thick soup. It's meant to be fully liquid. Just there's no thing that will thicken up unless you want to make it thick, but then that's weird. I've never seen in my life borscht be thick soup, but sure, I guess you could make it thick by doing heavy cream and cornstarch or whatever. So yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I got this bigger pan. Oh man, my shirt. Not mad about that. It's fine. But this is a much bigger proportion than my other ones I've done. So I added a lot more. So I originally thought, like, when I did this, I thought this was like 1 cup, but it's like 2 cups. So we don't need all this extra liquid, because like that's a lot. Bye. But yeah. I'll just put this in the other container, to be honest, because not all of this will fit. I just miscalculated how much water it was. But hey, at least we had enough beets and tomatoes and all this stuff to compensate for that. So there and so at least we compensate for that. I'm gonna go ahead and, oh, did the camera just look? Okay. Just, okay. Oh, right. I need to like do this real quick. Yeah, there we go. This is better. I'm gonna go ahead and do the cabbage real quick. And in about 20 minutes, we'll add the cabbage. And then we'll add the potatoes about 10 minutes later. Yeah, I was expecting this to be like a longer stream. I was expecting this to be like 5-6 hour stream. It's still gonna be a, you know, probably close to a 5 hour, but yeah, no, it works. But we're doing a lot of like cutting, and we're cooking for a large amount. So you guys have to realize this costs like a lot. And so yeah, I'm gonna see what else I did. Garlic, that's minced up. I'm just looking up the ingredients real quick. Put steak in big pot, we did that. Saute onions and garlic, we'll go ahead and do that also real quick. So we'll go ahead and saute the onions in this real quick. Let me go ahead and put this in another container, because I have this container. I'll just use this. And then we'll put this in here for that. The other one is far less in terms of liquid, but again, I just grossly underestimated how much there was gonna be in this one. This has a lot of liquid, like an insane amount. So, anyone up for tomatoey beet drink? Let's not do that. I don't think I'll do that. Okay, we're just gonna let this cool down before I do this. Actually, I want to let this cool down a bit. So yeah, we're almost done. Like, we just gotta saute the onions, add the garlic, add the paprika. So let's go ahead and do the sauteed onions and the garlic here real quick. Oil in. I'm gonna let that sit for a little while. You can go ahead and add salt to this, and it will add flavor to that. Now we have paprika and we have cumin, and the big part of this in terms of the flavor profile will be the paprika and the cumin added in here. We're gonna do about 1 tablespoon paprika, 1 tablespoon cumin, and those 2 tablespoons of those flavors will change the entire profile of what you've ever had with a beef stew. Now, I've made this before, so yeah. This one, we'll go ahead and add that. I'm pretty sure I add the cabbage to this. I'm 99% certain. Did I not add cabbage to this? Oh no, I don't think I added cabbage to it. Huh. I don't think I added cabbage to this. Now I'm looking at it. Because I'm like watching the video, right? Salt, dill, 1 tablespoon cumin. Okay, we added dill, paprika. Potatoes. Cornstarch. Okay, I did not add cabbage to this. I'm just realizing. Alright, we're not gonna add cabbage to this. Alright, yeah, no cabbage in this. No cabbage is involved in this. Alright, don't cancel the cabbage. Cancel the cabbage. We're not adding cabbage to this. Beef stew. Only beef stew. There's no cabbage. Just realized. Okay. Yeah, Markiplier. I wish. I'm just like watching my video that I made this a while ago. Shake, 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 shake. The whole process. I'm gonna go ahead and add paprika. So you want to add a 1 tablespoon of this shit. Okay, 1 tablespoon. 1 full tablespoon paprika and cumin. One tablespoon. I spilled some. It's all good. And I spilled so much. And then I gotta find cumin. Found. I found organic cumin seeds. I'm wondering if I should do cumin seeds or the like. I'm thinking about just doing cumin. Because I have cumin seeds and then I have cumin. I'm thinking about just doing like grounded cumin itself. Because cumin seeds. Oh shit. Because this is what makes the flavor work. And it's all you need. 1 tablespoon. After that, add a shit ton of salt. Make the flavor pop. And we, at 8 o'clock, we are going to go ahead and then add the onions and the rest of the stuff. This one is much, much easier, more direct in terms of like, what is that? Oh, that was a paprika. Come on. And so, yeah. I wasted so much paprika on this. The good news about seasonings, right? The majority of seasonings are dirt cheap, so. Yeah. The reason seasonings are cheap is they're just grounding up the trees or whatever is causing the seasonings. They're just literally grounding up. They're not, and they're growing it. So it's not like it's expensive to physically produce. So that's why a lot of the seasonings is cheap. Dude, this cabinet is like really old. It's like wasn't here when the house was built. Actually, no. My mom's friend who died a couple years ago made that for her. Many years ago. And then they installed it in the cabin. Now, I have this on low heat. And we're going to keep this on low heat for the next like 20 minutes. And then we'll proceed on with that. We'll go ahead and add garlic into this, and we'll go ahead and saute the garlic in here. I wish I was Markiplier. I'm not that famous. I just know how to cook. Ish. This is not my recipe. This is not my recipe. We are going to go ahead and start making the... I'm going to put the cabbage in the bag. I don't need the cabbage. I was just like fucked up and like... I thought for some reason there's cabbage in this, but there's not. It's just traditional beef stew, so don't add cabbage to your beef stew unless you want to. Go for it. You can actually add carrots to the beef stew, that's fine, but we're just doing a raw like potato and beef flavor. That's it. Potato and beef, and that's it. Very, very super simplistic. That is 2 main ingredients in the beef stew. So. Oh, did I cut myself? Oh! No, I didn't cut myself. I thought I did. Too much exaggeration. Too much. I love exaggerating sometimes. Oh, I'm having wonton tonight. Nice. Sauteed with garlic. Toss a pan. Oh, can you guys see this? I don't think you guys can see this. I don't know. Can you see me tossing the pan? Am I? Toss this pan. Wait. Can I think I am. I'm barely tossing it. It's like it works. I'm gonna add this. In it goes. Don't do this. Oh, I'm not really like scraping it hard, but like this is Teflon. So don't do what I'm doing with the mouse spoon. The Asian community will kill you. Also, don't do this because you'll burn yourself if you spin too fast. And water splashes up. And you're like, ah, I burned myself! I'm telling you guys what not to do when cooking. Don't use a small tiny spoon inside the metal pan. And that has hot water because, you know. I'm making me another coffee. Because, like, why not? We're actually, like, almost near the end of this. So, and about at 8 o'clock, we'll add the potatoes. At 8:10, we'll take out the potatoes. And then we'll be done. We'll be done with... Oh. Well, my DJI transmitter is about to die. You know what I gotta say to that? Fucking lied to me. It's supposed to be lasting for like 8+ hours. This thing does not last for 8 hours. This is lying to me, bro. What happened to you transmitting 8 hours? Where's my 8 hours? You know, I have a solution for that. I already thought of everything. Hold up. You guys thought I only had one. No. I have like so much. I have so much. Mwahaha. I have two. And now I'm looking at the benefit. It's like, woohoo! Guys, we didn't lose anything. We're still alive. I'm just charging this other transmitter. Isn't that cool? I love how you can just swap transmitters and it's like magically hooked. I don't honestly have any need for this to be connected to anything else other than my DJI because like I just use it on my DJI. It's convenient. Why would I connect it to my freaking desktop? Like if I like got another set, it would just be the two transmitters themselves because again, I have no freaking purpose to like have this part. There's no purpose. It's just like waste of money I paid. Before I had the DJI, I actually used that part, but like because I literally have no need to have the actual physical transponder because there's nothing I do with my phone that isn't better quality than my DJI. So that's like before I bought this awesome like the gimbal, I needed it, but I don't need it anymore. So I just I really wasted money. I'm gonna do some cleanup. Who's ready to watch me clean dishes for fun? Cause like I have nothing else to do for like a solid 14 minutes. Now, because we are cooking this on low heat-ish, it is rumbling, boiling. It's different from when we were making the borscht, because we switched to actually high heat for the processing of the potatoes and the beets being cooked. But there's no beets in here involved, and potatoes actually take really quick to cook. So because we're doing low medium heat, we're going to up the time to about, instead of 10 minutes, we'll end this at 8:15 because we want the potatoes to be soft. If it was actually on the boiling part, I mean it's boiling ish, but we're down by, what's the heat, like 4.5. I used to use like 7.5 for the potatoes. But there's no cabbage, and potatoes cook pretty quickly, so. I do want to start off, I do want to do this in terms of, is it like, I forget the cup ratio. Actually, I have a, no! Look at my fucking sleeve. Look at this. It's dirty because I put my hand on this. This has to be washed. I'm gonna go ahead and close this up because this is like done. Right. And then I'm gonna close this other one up because it's also cooled down. And then like it'll be pretty simple. I almost prefer this container because at least I know this is like air sealed when like doing this, but whatever. It's fine. Gonna take this out. Put this back here. And yeah. The flavor profile does come from the tomatoes, the beef, the beef bouillon, the cumin, and the paprika. But you're primarily going to be tasting the mixtures of the cumin and paprika in this, while in the borscht, you're going to be tasting a whole bunch of variety of flavors in here. So it's not just one. But there's no seasoning. I didn't use any seasoning for the borscht. For the beef stew, I use seasonings. I guess I'm using dill to make it a little bit better, but you know, not by much. So I did get sour cream. For anyone that wants to put sour cream onto the borscht, they can. Again, my mom is vegan, so sour cream is an option when you're vegan. That's why the fucking vegan teacher is like, sour cream is bad because you're still stealing it from the cow. Listen, she doesn't like vegetarians because they still drink milk. Oh my god. I'm about to go naked. Not really, I'm not gonna go naked, guys. Holy shit, that'd be a terrible idea. Instant demonetization. I'm not actually monetized yet. The number one reason people can't get monetized is they don't get the watch time hour. That's why. I am gonna change my shirt though. Like this shit dirty. I should have worn something else. I'm mad. I'm angry, man. Oh no. We are almost done. We got about 9 minutes and then I'll add the potatoes in. And so. This is done. This is done. Cleaned. I'm gonna put this up here. I don't need this anymore. Where's my thing? Where the hell is my thingamajig? There you are. I'll lose this shit. I lost the other one. I'll probably never even find it now. Just sad. So sad. Oh, sad. Hello? Is it? Is it not? There you go. What is that? Oh, is that the honey thing? Oh, that's the honey thing. I need to throw that away. Thank you all for that. I've been watching this for a while. I know some of you guys have left, but for guys that stayed here for a while, I appreciate it. For as long as you guys could stay, shows care. I know this was a long stream. I know a lot of people aren't interested in watching people cook for this long, but you know, I do appreciate you guys. And this is Thanksgiving. It's a whole freaking Thanksgiving stream of me making Ukrainian food for Thanksgiving. I don't want to make turkey. There's nothing special about making a fucking turkey or like ham or mashed potatoes. Those are American dishes. I don't like American dishes. I mean, they're not bad, but like they're fucking boring. This is boring. There's nothing new and exciting. So imagine you having the same dish over and over for the rest of your life for a holiday. Just imagine. That's boring. I can't wrap my head around just doing the same thing over and over for 50, 60, 70 some years of your life. Do something different once in a while. Don't just do the same thing forever just because it's a tradition that you have in that country. I think it's exciting to mix and match. Years ago, me and my sister and my mom would actually do Chinese restaurant for Christmas, and like we didn't have our traditional like Christmas food. It was primarily Chinese because, you know, personally I like the Chinese food better, to be honest. It's just, in my opinion, it's, you know, was better. It's quick, easy clean up. There's no mess. I mean, it was less of a hassle than this. But when it comes to Ukrainian food, for me, it's personal for me. I'm from Ukraine, Odessa, my whole town, and so you guys know there's a Ukraine war going on. So I've been more in roots with Ukraine than, you know, I have been in years. And I think it's important, if you're from that country, I think it's important to keep it in your roots of like your culture. Don't lose it just because you migrate to another country and you be like, yo, I'm gonna become Americanized, or I'm gonna become whatever is in that country that you live in. I think that's bad, because then you're losing your culture or your touch, and you know, unless the only reason I would think that it would be good is if you had like a shitty childhood life there where you were like, I hate that country did wrong to me, and neither me nor my sister can say that. Okay? The government didn't do wrong. We were born at literally probably the shittiest time that you can think of in Ukrainian history. in the last 100+ years. When the breakup of the USSR happened, quite literally a year after the USSR broke up, we were born. So Ukraine was at its lowest economic history point. It didn't get really much help from other countries. It was just starting to get its name out in the world. I mean, it's, a lot of good stuff happened when the breakup of the USSR. But that left Ukraine vulnerable, and they're still trying to fight peace and get freedom. So I think that's sad to see that my country is struggling this much, because Russia is, the people that are in charge of Russia, the people who run Russia, I shouldn't say Putin, primarily Putin, okay, who are in charge of Russia are dicks. Alright. Yo, what's up, Enigma? Yeah, I can check it. I have like 3 minutes before we gotta... Your YouTube? Why? Why do I need to check your YouTube? If I can find it. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to you. I just have to... I am not doing that right now. That is not my priority. Just send me screenshots. I am live stream. I'm not worried about fucking Skylar, bro. This is supposed to be a Thanksgiving, not Skylar thing. Alright. Just block him on your YouTube channel. That's my solution. We're going to go ahead and put the potatoes in, and in about 15 minutes, we will be almost done. I just have to make sure I don't burn myself. This is 2 potatoes. 2 whole potatoes, which is... These dishes are probably bigger than, like, my normal dishes I used to make. So, yeah. Nothing will happen with that report. It's a false report, and the end result will end up getting Skylar banned on YouTube. So, don't worry about it. People can literally report your channel for anything, right? But there are some things that, like, when they report, there's a timestamp embedded onto it. They also look at the chats, and they also look at what's going on at that timestamp as to why that report happened. So, literally nothing will happen. Tyler's reported my channel multiple times. You guys know this. I mean, Skylar's reported my channel multiple times. And it's dangerous what he's doing, because if there's no real reason to report and count, and they do this multiple times, what will end up happening is YouTube will end up quite literally preventing them from doing any reports. It's happened. One of the content creators that I usually cover, fucking, God, I forgot his name. He's huge back then. He's dead now, but, fuck. I hit to my head. I used to cover him. He has like over almost 500,000 subs. But he's the auditor. Delete laws, that's it. Fucking delete laws. I used to cover him. And because I covered him one time, he put me in one of his actual lawsuits, right? This was 3 years ago? Going on almost 4 years ago. And the lawsuit covered basically like hundreds of channels that he put in lawsuit and reported and false copy striked. What ended up happening was he was unable to false copyright strike or report anyone for like over a month. and he himself got a copyright strike. So you gotta be careful when you're doing this, and doing it once or twice is not going to end up doing much for YouTube or putting them on the radar. But if you do this, enough times, and YouTube finds out it's false reporting or false striking, what will end up happening is YouTube will take an action on that channel that did it and prevent them from ever doing it again or delete their channel entirely. It's happened before. I know this because it's happened to Delete Laws. Guys, it's me. Welcome to the stream. I keep on touching the cutting board. So don't worry about the reports. Don't worry about that. Nothing will happen. So yeah, it's just will impact Skylar way more. So I know a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, I got reported," and if it's a false report and you did nothing wrong, ignore it. Yes, yeah. Well, no. What will end up happening is YouTube will find out that it's under category of like mass spam reporting, and you cannot do that under TOS of YouTube. He mass spam reported hundreds of channels. Delete Law did this years ago. And I was under one of those mass spam reports. And then he made a lawsuit, and I was under his lawsuit name. He literally put my legal name in there, and I was in lawsuit. No one ever went to court. No one ever showed up. Nothing happened. So it was a bogus lawsuit, and the end result was he got prevented from ever reporting for a while. He couldn't do content for like a week or two. It was a big deal. He's the only content creator, one of the few content creators in YouTube history that's ever done that. It doesn't happen often, but when it happens, it's noticed by YouTube, and it damages that content creator channel. Don't mass report. You'll get banned or terminated or worse. This is the thing with copyright strikes, right? Just because someone and a whole bunch of content creators use your content, if you copyright strike them erroneously and mass copyright strike them, it can destroy their channel. Don't do that. Use your copyright strike system correctly. Oh, I need to make the thickening agent. So I need freaking like the milk, heavy cream. I need heavy cream, right? I need like however much heavy cream. I forget the ratios. So the way it goes is you don't technically need to show up in court when you're doing copyright strike, right? If the other person disputes it and you don't show up in court, what end up happening is your channel will just be like deleted. So you either show up in court or you have your channel potentially deleted. So you're playing the dangerous ground when you're refuting a copyright strike. It also gives them the address gives them your full legal name, the full address, and your email, and so when you're doing a copyright strike removal. So you gotta be careful whether it's worth it or not. And if they win, then that copyright strike stays, but you just spent money on something that you don't own or you could potentially lose. There are the 5 pillars of fair use for the copyright strike system for a purpose. If those apply, great. You can dispute it and most likely you win. But if you don't, then it stays. Yeah, YouTube fucked up on that. That was a YouTube issue. That was not necessarily content creators issues. I'm not doing turkey. I'm doing Ukrainian food. So I'm starting off with 1 tablespoon of corn flour per 1 tablespoon of starch, just because I don't remember exactly what I need. Like 1 tablespoon of this in here, and like keep mixing it and adding it till it gets a little bit thicker, but it will thicken up, and you want it a little bit thick, like a little bit loose on this. If it's too thick, then add more and play with it a bit until it's a little bit less thin. But you want to add a little bit because of how big this is. You don't need much. I forget the exact ratio, it's in my video. So, but you don't need much. It's like 2 tablespoons to 1 tablespoon of corn flour or something. Like 2 tablespoons of this to 1 of corn flour. The more you add, the thicker your soup will be. So that's all. And we do want this to be thick. So we do want this to be thick. So this is why you use heavy cream, because it will help thicken it up. So that's, if I have it a little runny, that's probably want a little bit more runny, less runny. So I'm gonna add a little bit more. So I have a balance game on this. There's a recipe for how much you need, and I just puff the smoke. So yeah, there's a balance in this. And then it's per like how much water and liquid there is in there. So I have the correct recipe online. Oh, nice. So this is the thickness you want for this, because oh, it stopped tracking me. This is kind of the thickness you want for this, and however much you add will thicken up the soup. So I'm gonna try and make it pretty thick. So this is just a thickening agent, nothing else. Don't just put corn flour in here or cornstarch, because no, just don't, trust me. But this will thicken up the entire soup, and you don't need much. You really don't need much. Yeah, you'll be surprised in how thick this gets. Now, as this boils, it will thicken up, and when it cools down, it will also help thicken it up. So I think I added more than I need to, but hey, whatever works. So just like do like a cup to like a cup of like heavy cream to like probably like, I don't know, a third of a cup to cornstarch. So that's my ratio I give for that. I used a little bit more than a cup, but whatever. Yeah, I fixed the gimbal. So now we're just letting that boil up, and that should be nearly it for this. Let me mix it up a bit more. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but like this recipe is so simple that you know, She usually forget. We're gonna take this out in about 5 minutes, 4 minutes, and then we're gonna basically be done with it. We've done our Thanksgiving, and the food for tomorrow is gonna be really yummy. I just have to cut the beat on this one. That's the last thing I gotta do, but I'll do that like off stream. I don't need to show you guys how to do that. I've already done a whole bunch. Making me coffee, another coffee I forgot I had. Just it happens when you're busy. Dude, I have not had anything to eat, right, all day. And, yeah, because I've just been busy. Oh, coffee's cold. A little bit cold. Mandy, welcome to the stream. Got crashed now, gotta sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna be ending this in like 10 minutes. God, I've been doing this for 4 hours. And yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this content. If you want to add dill to add flavor to this, you can. So I'm just gonna add a little bit. Finish off this dill, and again, add flavors. You can add dill. This is gonna be a little bit different from normal, but again, really, really yummy. This time you can cook the dill for a few minutes. Go ahead and take this off the heat completely. Gonna be really, really yummy, actually. And we'll just take this off. And yeah, we didn't do a lot of wasting. And food-wise, we actually used like almost all of it. So there's a few things that we wasted. But a lot of this was super, super cheap. But because I bought a large quantity of it, it ended up being very expensive. This is my most expensive like cooking video I've ever done in my life. But that's only because I've been cooking like 3 different dishes. And a large quantity, a very large quantity. Like insane amount of large quantity. Bigger than like normal for cooking. So, we'll go ahead and like end it there, but I'm gonna go ahead and just put this in here, and yeah. Where's my thing? I'm gonna clean this, put this in here, and then we'll end it. We'll end the live stream. I'm really excited because I'm not gonna eat this until tomorrow, so. But it's really yummy, so you know. Whew. Just like imagine Thanksgiving. Oh, this is one of my favorite smells ever. It's incredible. Again, this is not my most favorite stew, but when it comes to in terms of the beef stews I've had in my life, I've had Korean, I've had American, I've had Ukrainian. This is the second best. American is just, they don't add flavor, okay? They add beef bouillon, they add potatoes, they add carrots, you know. Yeah, thickening agent, but they don't add like these spices to it, and that's what makes this Ukrainian. You don't see a lot of beef stews that add that type of flavoring for it, because it's unusual, but it's really, really good. You guys have to try cumin and paprika with it, because it works out really, really well. The few things that I could have done better with this, and I should have done, was sear the steak without cutting it up. That is a recommendation, that if you guys want to get this perfectly medium rare, that is a good trick. It does not mean that it will turn out bad, but you know, still be tender. The tenderization does not come from searing the steak. The tenderization comes from you leaving this on low heat for about an hour or two, and the steak will be just buttery tender to eat. So that's how you get tenderization. There's no other way other than cooking it on low heat. That's tenderization. So I'm excited for tomorrow. And I'll see you guys next time for another live stream, probably Friday most likely. Or maybe tomorrow night. We'll do like gaming tomorrow night. Okay, we'll do gaming. That's what we're gonna do. Gaming. Yeah. How about that? That sounds good. I think I'll do that tomorrow. Just play more games. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow night for gaming, and have a great, lovely Thanksgiving tomorrow. And yeah, sign out, Oleg Welch.